Good afternoon and welcome everybody for the final day of the regular season for Blue Otter Premier League. I am Chang Somo, and this week Ferris is still away, but I'm joined again by a familiar face. I have Isaac with me today. How are we doing today, Isaac?
I'm doing good. I'm glad to be back here for the Blue Water Premier League. And we actually I am actually somewhat familiar with the Spire this time. I have experience now with these teams, at least one of them. So it's always fun to see some returning faces being able to cast the same teams again, and so I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, we should have a really good series today. I know some people read my comment, as in you did, Isaac, and already pointed it out to me that I did get baited by Billy. I thought that Omega was already guaranteed the second seed, but if they do lose the series 0-2 to the Spire, Spire can actually move up and steal that second seed away from them and secure that first round playoff bye for them. So there is actually a lot riding on this game here today in our first series.
I will specify that it is only if Omega uh lose 2-0 and they forfeit one of the games that happens. We have to have some spectacular shenanigans to go down. So more than likely, if Omega literally just shows up to these two games, it's fair to say that they have secured that first round bye. But it is still important for I think for the Spire to be able to at least I think to get a win here because it comes down to side selection and seeding. Mostly, if they 2-0 Omega here, I'm pretty sure they are locked third with side selection. But if they do lose, and in our next match, Conduit Esports wins against Literal Monkeys, which you have to feel is probably very likely, then they would no longer be given side selection in their first round. So it's still very important for the Spire to show up today and hopefully take a victory off Omega.
Yeah, I do think the series is actually very important for both teams. They both did lose 0-2 last week. Omega did lose that series to TSI in that battle for
Yes.
first place. And then Spire did lose to Elysium, who has been on the up and up. They also did win their series last week, securing that playoff spot for themselves and pushing themselves up to be this team a lot of people expected at the start of the season. So Spire is going to need to look to get back on track. And same with Omega. They did not look super great against TSI last week. So hopefully they're able to figure it out and make it work. So this is a really big series for both teams, regardless of standings, like for second seed or whatever. I think it's also just a mental thing and a morale thing to be able to get a win right before the playoffs and be looking in better form than you were previously. But looking here at the bans so far, these are typical bans we see against the Spire. We don't want Witch Hat Black Mass on his fiddlesticks. AO Penguin has been really good on the Nami all season. Boostus has been good on these hyper carries. So these bans make a lot of sense. Side of Spire banning away, these strong picks. Darius Jungle, super strong. If you're not going to play it, you got to ban it until it's nerfed next patch. I think Lulu is also a really good ban away from the Sag of Maj and Nubly for Omega. And I also think the Maokai ban is really good. It's a good support, top, jungler, really good flex pick that creates a lot of space and engage for your team. But then Victor B1, very common. This is most likely going to be in the mid lane. I don't expect to see a bot, but then responded by a Mumu Seraphine. I think this is a very standard draft we got going on so far.
Yeah, Amumu Seraphine, a pretty strong engage and then follow-up option to be able to find a large chunk of the enemy team and say, lol, no, to them. And I was going to say that I do expect the Spire to go ADC into support here with how the support pool is. These two champions definitely seem to be a lot more people. Um. All right, and to allow it, yeah, sure. All right, yeah. You know, of course. That's just the natural progression of this draft. That's
Okay.
that's exactly how this was supposed to go.
Okay, hold on. So I have played with some of these players on Spire before. Witch Hat Black Mass plays a really good Olaf jungle, and it pairs really well with Sivir because Olaf's biggest thing is he is
Oh
invulnerable from
yeah.
CC during his ultimate, but if he can't get on top of somebody, it's not as effective. So the movement speed that you get out of the Sivir makes a lot of sense. I would like Omega to ban away a Karma here to even further make it harder for Olaf to have that sticking power, because he does like these enchanted supports like that. But Karma's gonna be still left up, so maybe Omega gonna be looking to pick that one for themselves and put the Seraphine in mid lane and then look for a different bot lane angle. But also the Alawi pick, it makes a lot of sense. Perspicacious, a really good Alawi player. Has pulled this out a couple times so far this season. This normally is a ban against him, so I'm not surprised to see him picking this one up, that it is open. So definitely a lot of interesting stuff going on in this game 1 draft we got so far.
Yeah, I had the Olaf into Alawi B3 R3 option was certainly not something I expect. It is in fact a choice, which definitely leaves a lot of variety in how these two teams can go for the second phase of picks here. To be confirmed, it is not. Anyway, it is Zeri going to be locked in for Omega Gaming. That could definitely work alongside Seraphine pretty well. Obviously, Zeri really does like having an enchanter as her support, so it is an option. But as you mentioned, there's still some flexibility there from Omega Gaming as well.
Yeah, I mean, I've started to see Zeri rise in popularity just because of how strong specifically Lulu and Yuumi are currently in the patch and in the meta. And Zeri loves those two supports to be paired up with her, because another thing that, similar to Olaf in a way, Zeri's hardest issue is having like this sticking power sometimes, even though you do get the movement speed. When you do pop that ultimate, the extra movement speed, the shields, the heals does help out a lot. I already mentioned it. Karma pairs so well with Olaf. It's also pretty decent with Sivir. Gives her a lot of safety, a lot of movement speed to have sticking power, and that's something this Spire comp does kind of need. They are very low range, just besides the Victor, but otherwise, if they can't stay on top of one of these targets, it's going to be really hard for them to get those final blows, to get those kills in these team fights. So I do like the Karma pick, and I think Sion, it's good. It's going to do what it needs to against Alawi. It's just going to clear waves, do what it needs to, and then a Sona pickup. Okay, so Omega played Sona Seraphine bottom lane last week. I don't know if they're going to do that again and put the Zeri mid lane. Like, this is like 2 seasons ago, but it's a possibility. I would expect it's Zeri Sona bot and then the Seraphine in the mid lane. But it's also a lot of AP damage that is coming out from the side of Omega. You have Seraphine, Sona, and a Mumu. If Alawi's not in the team fight and Zeri's put behind, you're going to have like no AD damage. So the Sion, he's going to have a harder time building up that magic resist because he's going to want to build for the 1v1 against Alawi. He's going to be wanting to build armor. But I do think Merc Treads has super high value for the side of the Spire this game.
Yeah, I mean, that is incredible amounts of CC. Oh, wait, no, I got it right the first time. There's the B drill. TSI, Brendan, welcome to the chat. Congratulations on qualifying first for the playoffs as well, and on a really, really strong regular season there. I know the demand was that, but moving on from that, one thing I do potentially like from the side of the Spire is that I think move speed is a generally undervalued stat in League of Legends. I am a big move speed connoisseur, to be completely honest, and as you mentioned with Olaf being able to, if you could definitely get in there and really quickly find a priority target in any one of these enchantress, I think it should be okay. And especially since none of this CC is like targeted, it's very I mean, outside of maybe a Mumu, it's very they're technically skill shots, even though you don't typically think of Sona Ultimate as one. But it is definitely possible to be able to evade any sort of CC that the side of Omega does have, especially with Olaf's Ragnarok become CC immune. Spell Shield from Sivir also CC immune. I do think I like that part of the Spire's composition going into what Omega has given us for this game 1.
Yeah, I mean, Omega's team comp has a lot of team fight wombo combo. They have so much multi-target CC. You have the Curse of the Sad Mummy, you have the Crescendo, you have the Encore. And then if Zeri is untouched in these team fights through all of that, she's going to put out a lot of damage. And also the thing that Alawi does lack sometimes when she does show up to a team fight is everybody needs to walk into you to get value out of that ultimate. But if you're CCing everybody in a AoE circle, her ultimate is going to do a lot of work in these team fights. So it works out really well with what Omega has drafted. But if this Olaf gets ahead and can just Ragnarok through all of that, he's going to kind of demolish the side of what Omega has drafted. So it's really kind of like this ebb and flow, this yin and yang of these two drafts. Like, I do feel like if Olaf does get put behind, it becomes a lot harder for the side of Spire through this game, but they do have good scaling options. Everybody knows 500 CS Sivir, you win the game, 6 items, she clears every wave. Victor's a really good scaling champion despite getting countless nerfs at the start of the season and everything like this. So I do think Spire does have that nice scaling option, but that doesn't mean that Omega lacks in scaling either. I think this is going to be a really interesting game that we have here in this first one, and I'm really curious to see who's going to take it. But if you had to choose one of these drafts, Isaac, which one are you favoring here in this game?
Ooh. I'm going to have to give it to Omega, because even though Olaf is, I do like how it works into Omega's composition. I'm not too familiar with the Olaf jungle game, and from what I've seen of it, which is admittedly very little, I'm not a big fan of the Olaf jungle per se. But you know, if they do know what they're doing with it, if they know something I don't, which to be fair is very likely, then there is that option. But I would say Omega Gaming simply on that reason alone.
Yeah, I think I would have to agree with you on that one. I do think I'm going to be favoring the Omega draft here, but we're going to see if the Spire and Witch Hat Black Mass specifically can make everyone and you, Isaac, a believer in this Olaf jungle. We're going to head to a quick break as we wait for the spectator delay as we get loaded onto the Rift here in game number 1. We'll be right back. And welcome back for game number 1 versus the Spire and Omega Gaming. Spire going to be on the blue side for this one. Omega going to be on the red side. Looking over everything, it is going to be the Zeri mid lane and the Seraphine Sona bottom lane. And I'm not sure how I feel about that one.
On one hand, it's a little bit different, and I do like, and I am a fan of playing differently. On the other hand, it's not exactly the most new dual enchanter bot lane play is not the newest thing ever, and it was fun when I saw it for the first 2 or 3 times maybe, but I mean, even though it isn't meta anymore, I've seen it enough, and it's just like, I'm glad it happened. Please, let's not bring it back ever again.
Yeah, I mean, I do have to agree. I know Madge and Noobly played last week and it didn't work out so well for them. Noobly was getting caught out a whole bunch of times on the Sona, which is like the biggest issue with playing these Enchanter supports because you can't just walk up for vision on the likes of like an Alistair, Nautilus, or even Leona. So you got to be a lot more careful when going to war to make sure that you have the backup for your team for all of this. But I'm more curious about the mid lane matchup. I really don't know how Zeri is going to do in the early lane versus Victor. We saw that Victor, choosing to go for the E, considering the Q did get nerfed, so it's not as oppressive in lane as it used to be. But I feel like in the early level, Zeri is going to have a really hard time matching the Victor wave clear and poke damage that he's going to be putting out. But talking about poke damage, Penguin taking a lot in this bot lane already from Madge and Noobly, and Noobly takes a little bit back. Both supports going to pop and pop, but Noobly's going to be able to stay topped up more because once you hit that level 2, most of the times you're going to be taking that W. You're going to have that healing that comes out and also the Seraphine healing that comes along with it. It's going to be really hard for Penguin and Boostus in this lane to keep Prio. Even if you're getting all this poke, they have TP on the Seraphine, so if she runs out of mana, she can TP back and then keep healing up. So it can be really hard to play Karma in these lanes. That's why I like picking Sona into it, because you can kind of just over the whole lane out heal the damage she's putting out and be able to trade back effectively enough onto her where she can't really do much in the lane anymore.
Yeah, Sona definitely can do a surprising amount of damage in the early game if you're not familiar with it. However, here's definitely one weakness from Sona coming through, is that as soon as she takes more than 1 or 2 attacks, all of a sudden her whole health bar disappears, and really does suffer from a lot of early mana issues as already. That heal consumes so much from Sona there specifically. But I mean, so long as you don't die in this 2v2, it's more than okay. And wait, oh my goodness, Winfrey going to be marked by the Alawi W. Might be in a little bit of trouble. Does have enough fancy feet, and the shield will be okay in the end, at least for now.
Yeah, and this is kind of the issue with playing a tank into Alawi, because if you do get that soul rip out, you do get that I believe it's test of strength.
Wait.
No, that's her ultimate. I forget the E, but which are Black Mass?
Oh, Caxi with a great bandage toss, and now Perspicacious can layer on the damage onto Witch at Blast Mass, going that flash away, and that'll be first blood to Caxi.
Yeah, and that's the issue with Olaf. If you don't have your Ragnarok and you have to deal with a double bandage toss, it's going to be rough. And the big thing is, Witch at Black Mass burns the flash there. Caxi and Perspicacious didn't even use one of their own. Perspicacious got a really nice W buffer onto the Olaf as he flashed away, so he was actually able to somehow kind of traverse the wall with him and was able to hit a Q, and then the Caxi tier crash downs was able to pick up that first blood. So this Amumu is going to be accelerated, and that could actually be a big issue for the side of the Spire, because he does like to build this AP item first, but then if he keeps staying ahead with his tempo, he just gets so tanky that it can be really hard for them to kill him. And the biggest thing about Amumu is he is so good at taking these neutral objectives. He's really good at taking grubs solo, because he does build the Andrews, he has that Faded Ashes, and then the W just dealing that AoE damage is going to be so beneficial to the side of Omega Gaming. I apologize. So I liked that early play that they made there, and hopefully they can, make good on what they did, and maybe, start getting some roams into the Olaf jungle and start to look for fishes on him and really put him behind.
Yeah, it was one thing that we were saying. We said if Olaf does get ahead, it definitely be very I guess oppressive for the backline. of Omega Gaming, but getting there already kind of predicted to be an issue, and it's starting to come through fruition. But in the mid lane, I think that's Saren having to flash away. If I look at the mid, yeah, the flash on cooldown through that gank by Witch at Black Mask. So at least there's something in return there. But meanwhile, once again, view up to the top lane. Winfrey going to be down his ultimate. That's going to be Perspicacious getting the solo kill this time. But can it be returned by Winfrey? Going to force a flash out of the opposition top laner. And as it goes 2-0 in kills to the side of Omega Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, Winfrey does go down there, but he does burn the flash off of Perspicacious, and with no ultimate, I could see Witch at Black Mass wanting to get up there once Winfrey does hit that level 6, because then you have the knockup from the ultimate, followed up by the Q crash down, gets a nice double knockup, and Olaf does do a significant amount of damage, so maybe that could be something that they look for to try to, like, get back in this game. They're only down 1,000 gold right now. Cax is going to pick up this first grub and walk away. Witch at Black Mass in the area. His top laner's not back yet, but now Caxie's in trouble.
Yeah, going to be the not the unstoppable force, but the ultimate used by Winfrey as he picks up that kill, getting that one in return. Caxie just a bit too far, too audacious with his movement there, with Perspicacious not in the area to help. And that'll be first kill going to the Spire.
Yeah, and also Caxie just not being respectful enough. His top laner was still walking back from that death, and didn't have TP, and Caxie saved the flash maybe for next year, possibly next game in the series, but a nice response there out of Winfrey and Witch at Black Mass to catch him out on those Void Grubs. So that's going to be 2 over to the side of Spire, only 1 picked up by the side of Omega, but that means no, gain towards that feat of monster slaying, towards that feats of warfare for either side here in this early game. Still a lot to be played for here, but I like the response play that Spire made on those Grubs.
Yeah, especially with how a bit, I don't want to say dire. That's a little bit too strong a word, but how unoptimal the first 5 minutes have gone for the Spire. It's a good way to start to turn this around. However, that does open up this this spot lane. Drake to be taken over to the side of Meg Gaming. They won't be on the 2 objectives just yet, but they will pick up that first one as they slowly start to inch ahead a little bit here, which is honestly for them completely fine, almost even preferred.
Yeah, I mean, a nice early Drake pickup from there, but now Winfrey is still going to be, despite, getting the kill onto Caxie, he's still going to have a really tough time up here in this top lane just because Lowry is such an oppressive laner. I did like that Winfrey, going, hey, I'm just going to take the call here, take the Ellen lane, look to get the extra gold when I can pick up these minions and still be effective in the team fights in the later game. But if this Lowry does get too far ahead, that is a split push threat that really can't be answered by anybody on the side of Spire. But the bigger thing now is that Witch at Black Mass does have that Ragnarok. He does have that level 6. So if he goes to make these plays, trying to CC lock him down with the combo that you have of Caxie, Madge, and Nubly is going to be so much harder. So it's really going to start to be a tough game. But now Pinaholic in trouble in the mid lane.
Yeah, that's going to be Saren taking down initially to a decent amount of HP. Will it actually get the return kill? Not quite. The level up doing a really good job there to at least ensure that Saren doesn't go down. That will be the feat of warfare going out to the side of Omega Gaming.
Yeah, and also the big thing is that, Caxie with a nice prediction on the bandage toss, Pinaholic flashed backwards in a straight line and was picked up by that bandage toss, but then Witch at Black Mass just runs in mid lane while I think Saren was trying to crash that wave and just picks up a kill for himself there. So a little disrespectful out of Saren there after having a good play. He barely lived through the Chaos Storm of the Victor, but decided, hey, I got to crash this wave and got punished for it. So Spire's still making response plays around this map.
Oh yeah, Saren. Huh. I just noticed that. It's another off-screen things. Actually, this might be Winfrey in a little bit of trouble. No, okay, looks like Caxie's recalling. Oh, that's fine.
Yeah, and big thing right now is because Perspicacious got that assist and then that solo kill, he's already on his first item. He's got that Frostfire Gauntlet. So, going to be really hard for Winfrey in this lane now just because it does help with wave clear, but also if he ever gets on top of Winfrey, if he's not burning that ultimate, I don't think he's ever going to be getting away from this Alawi. So, I do like that first pickup by Perspicacious. I think he's probably going to build into the likes of, like, a Shojin and Black Cleaver in whatever order, and maybe Sterix Gauge as well to combo with that bonus health you get from the Frostfire Gauntlet. So I think it's a really good pickup for him. He becomes tanky, really hard to deal with in team fights, but Spire, they're still able to make the plays, able to come back in this game. They're only 600 gold down right now.
Yeah,
but now
3 members in the bot lane. Ragnarok pop for Witch at Black Mask, but a lot of the heals are coming through, and it expires in time. It expires under tower. Witch at Black Mask doesn't quite have the damage by Nubly, and there's the TP from Saren. And now the other way, actually, Saren's gone low. AO and Pinguini will be able to turn this one around at least, but his double kill going on to Maj temporarily. No mid laner available. There's a snare coming down to AO Pinguini, but no abilities left off of cooldown for Maj. Won't be able to find the kill either way. But both these supports, actually Maj isn't support, and actually that'll be Maj getting killed, shut down for AO Pinguini. Pinaholic will try to find the solo kill onto Caxi, but Nubly is here. Pinaholic going to have to be in full retreat now. Will be able to get away. Nubly chasing down, not quite going to be able to get the empowered auto attack onto Pinaholic, and he will be all right with that.
Yeah, I mean, the bot lane out of Omega really played well once, Witch Hack Black Mask did pop that Ragnarok, saved all the ultimates until it did expire. And that's the other thing, he didn't have that sticking power because Nubly flashed out and got the speed up from his E. They were able to turn that under tower. Saren maybe getting a little aggressive there in the bot lane, but Maj was able to clean it up and pick it up for themselves. But now we're going to have a contest on these grubs. One already picked up by the side of the Spire, so could be difficult. They're going on the engage now.
This one, that's going to be the silent ultimate used. Okay, we're here. We're back onto this fight. Caxi's gone low, staying alive for now through the heals and shields. Finally goes down, but at what cost? Everyone else on the side of Omega Gaming is full health. Windfree taken down now into the zombie mode. Can he find the kill on Sarah? Not quite. Perspicacious is still full health. Pinaholic taken very low. That might be. Hold on. Pinaholic, does he have the feet? Does he have the ability to dodge? Saren going to hop forward under tower, though. There's the kill. Saren getting the kill on Pinaholic as Omega Gaming start to really pull away from this one.
Yeah, and that was just a really nice juggle of turret aggro there. Perspicacious using that E to be able to draw tower aggro for Saren to be able to pick up that kill and knowing that he's not going to die. But despite all the jumping around we had on the map, we were able to see the play turn into an Omega favored play. I think Caxi got a huge Curse of the Sad Mummy there. They were just able to make it work for themselves. They didn't even go for the Void Grub, so there's still 2 of those sitting in the pit, so we could see another contest. Or Witch Hat Black Mask could just walk up there, take them for themselves. Because Cax is on the bottom side. He's going to be looking for this Dragon Stack, pick that up for his team. But Omega, we saw the power of the comp that they have. The, layering of CC, the healing that you get out of Caxi with this Conqueror. Having that Triumph as well to be able to keep him topped up for just enough in that fight to be super effective. And Nubly keeping him alive. But Perspicacious and Saren really just got the kind of free fire in that team fight and put out so much damage.
Yeah, there was just a lot committed onto Caxi, and I understand why. Whenever you see someone with that low of a health bar, it's very tempting to, try to push. Oh wait, hold on, Caxi going to find the bandage toss onto Witch at Black Mask, but the Ragnarok will come through, makes him CC immune, but the Encore is huge, getting the extra range off of Saren, who finally goes down to the side of Pinaholic. It's fairly even. That will be the Drake going over to the side of the Spire. Can Pinaholic and Witch at Black Mask finish his kill? Gravity field going down onto Maj, but that's a little bit of a bait. Call an ambulance, not for me, as that will be Pinaholic going down, getting the kill going onto Maj now. But I think importantly, the Drake goes over to the side of the Spire as they are able to nick that one away from Omega and put them on the point for the objective feat of strength.
Yeah, it was a nice turnaround at the Dragon to be able to pick that up with the fight not going exactly the way they wanted to. Imagine Nubly really doing a good work at keeping everybody alive and getting out enough damage. Like, Nubly's having a really good game on the Sona so far. He's 1-0-8, been involved in almost every single play. And Maj, he's 4-1. He's can put out a lot of damage so far at this point in the game. I mean, as a side of Omega, you really would have liked to be able to pick that Dragon up since you did start it, and it's going to be a little bit harder to now contest for that feat of monster slaying to be able to take that away from the Spire. But you already picked up the feats of strength. You could look to play for first turret if you don't think you can contest on these, but it's going to be at this next neutral objective, which is going to be the Rift Herald. And I think Omega should be slightly favored in that because your Alawi is so strong right now. She's 204, and it's on the top side of the map. Perspicacious doesn't really ever want to move away from this top lane. He just kind of wants to stay here, wail on Winfrey, and then just take the turret for himself when he feels like it's time to break that first turret of the game. So I think we are going to see a contest at this Herald. I think we're going to see a big either 5v5 or even 4v4 fight. And it's going to be a very impactful one for kind of who's going to win this game and like the way the momentum is turned off that fight.
Yeah, it's definitely started to somewhat swing back in Spire's favor. At least not a swing back in their favor, but it definitely finally found something their way. But still, Omega Gaming more than fine with how things are going. However, you mentioned that first tower. I think it's important to mention in the bot lane. That bot lane tier 1 has gotten very dangerously low to being taken. It's actually called Witch at Black Mass over, even with the Rift Herald up and available. Maybe trying to play for that first tower and then just letting the next neutral objective go for that feat of strength, as Caxi has moved up to this Rift Herald now. Will ensure that those numbers go 2-2, but I think Witch of Black Mass is spending a lot of time in the spot lane, not really getting too much value out of his being here.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to force a play on the spot side, but the bigger thing is that Saren does have TP to respond to it, and because they were able to pick up the Herald before play even breaks out in the bottom lane, Caxi can run down there. And a nice bandage toss there to force the flash on Pinaholic, but the side of Omega is either going to have to sprint down here to defend this turret or just give this one up and look for something on the top side.
On low, Encore getting dropped. Ragnarok forced out of Witch at Black Mass. I'm a little bit surprised that the Rift Herald hasn't been deployed yet in the mid lane. I feel like Caxi and Saren could force the issue here. And
no.
No, Pinaholic has no flash. You don't want to be here. Wrong side of the map. Flash forward from Saren, and that will make sure that Pinaholic does go down, opens up that mid lane a little bit more, and with the double recall from Boostus and Ao Pinguini, first tower goes over to Omega Gaming, and that will be the feats of strength picked up by Omega Gaming, as well as maybe a second tower here in the bot lane after those recalls go through.
Yeah, they're probably going to be able to break this bot turret here because the bot lane of Spire has put themselves in the mid lane. But, I mean, the big thing is with trying to make that play on the tier 1 turret in the bot side for the Spire, the Seraphine wave clear is so strong. She just cleared out that wave so they do less damage to the turret, and then it's just hitting onto both Boostus and Witch at Black Mass. We saw Boostus almost actually went down there in that play, but they were not able to pick it up because they lose the damage buff that they get, or sorry, the turret gets a damage resistance buff when there are no minions. So really good play by the side of Omega. And then also we saw Perspicacious TP up to top lane, bring Winfrey down to, it was like 1/3 HP, a quarter HP. So he was able to just kind of use the pressure of Alawi to take that first turret there up by himself for the top laner. So Perspicacious and the rest of the side of Omega are at a really strong point in this game. And Spire's going to have to find these team fights where Olaf is a major threat, has the sticking power. He has the double movement speed buffs from both Karma and the Sivir. He also has that stride breaker to apply the slow and be able to stay on top of everybody. So hopefully they're able to make that pick work for the side of Spire, but it's starting to look a little bit rough, especially with how behind Pinaholic is right now. He's not going to be doing as much damage as you would want at this point in the game. It's still a good amount of damage, but it's going to be really hard for the side of Spire right now to pick up those final blows onto anybody on the side of Omega.
Oh, that's going to be a slow onto Witch at Black Mass. Saren with the Zeri, not going to push that any further, but it does force the rest of Spire out of the mid lane, which ensures that this Rift Herald can be used safely to secure that first tower and move over straight to the bot lane, maybe bait out a commitment from the Spire in the river. Here, that'll be the first, it's Perspication getting yet another solo kill.
Then he's probably just gonna take turret off this, but yeah. I think he's just gonna recall to respond to Pinaholic in the spot side, but never mind, cancels it. He's just going for the turret. Dragon picked up there by the side of Omega Gaming, so I believe that's
tier 2. That is tier 2 mid.
Yeah, it's tier 2 mid. They're going to get tier 2 top. They drop a dragon for it. They also got a tier 1 bot lane for the side of Spire, but never mind. We got to keep fighting.
Ragnarok going to be popped. Going to try to find Caxi. That's going to be for Witch at Black Mass picking up the first kill of this fight. But Saren and Nubly are in hot pursuit with such low health bars on the side of Spire. Can they get out of this one? They are managed to get in full retreat, but that does... the trade for that is the top lane tier 2 tower. And the map getting torn a bit further open for Omega Gaming.
Yeah, I think Caxi was just a little bit disconnected from his team on the play there. We saw he was kind of too far ahead of the team to have a effective Curse of the Sad Mummy, kind of using it to try to get the team in range. But the Ragnarok from Witch at Black Mass just made it really hard for Madge to want to pop his to be able to get that across multiple members, because then Olaf is just still going to have that threat to get on top of him and just shred through what he can do in the team fight. So really well turned by the Spire. Omega almost so close to making that play work. The slows really keeping Saren from getting further into the fight and picking up those kills. Maybe if he had that flash, he would have picked the kill up onto Ayo Penguini and then looked to chase further. But Spire, they did get some efficient gold for themselves on the map. Maybe losing the dragon could, be a bigger thing later in this game in the tier 2 top. But I think you're happy with that. You got 3 turrets out of that play, and only Winfrey was able to, go down for the side of your team on that play.
As we move on a little bit longer, Otacon has spawned up Perspicacious into just does a decent amount of damage here. It is a problem. Pineholic will be the choice to try to stop this one. Oh my goodness, that is Pineholic. Okay. He gets it. And it's going to be Winfrey going to try to return this kill, try to get the shutdown. There's the auto attack, 846 gold popping up there. That's 2 members committed to the bot lane for Perspicacious, so it is a numbers advantage towards this Otacon at 7k HP now. Caxi going to use the Curse of Sad Mummy, but isn't taking enough just yet. Gets that first kill, but Saren is here. Going to be stunned up by the Scion, but it's not enough. Still just hops where it finds the kill onto the Sivir as Saren goes wild. Saren going to be picking up the quadra kill now onto Winfrey having respawned. That's the ace for Omega Gaming. That's the Otacon going to be picked up as well. It is just about perfect for Omega Gaming, really.
Yeah, and Caxi had to use the Curse of the Sad Mummy, even though Witch at Black Master was in the Ragnarok, but it was still super effective.
Pineholic's going to try to have something to say about this. Going to stun up Saren with the gravity field. Saren going low, going not down, but it will at the very least prevent the Otacon from being taken.
Yeah, big thing there is he does stop the Otacon. Yes, he does go down, but that just means the Otacon doesn't go over to the side of Omega, so his team could have a chance to look for a response play on that again. But now Saren is super accelerated in this game. He's 9-3 and 6 now. Nubly and Madge are still scaling up on the spot lane. Nubly still hasn't gone down yet. Madge is on 2.5 items now. And it's going to start getting even harder for the side of Spire to be effective in these team fights and look for what they need to. The biggest thing is Winfrey doesn't have TP now. So if him and both Pineholic, so whoever has to respond Perspicacious down in the bot lane, they're not going to be able to contribute to the Otacon fight. So it would be a 4v4, and it could turn into a 5v4 because Perspicacious still does have his TP, could TP up to that fight and really impact it on this Alawi. But he's going to be playing the split push game right now, and it's going to be really hard for the side of Spire to be able to respond to that unless they send everybody bot lane and then lose the Otacon for it.
Yeah, it's a problem. It's not a problem. It is because problems have solutions. I forget the saying, but it's like problems have solutions. Predicaments have outcomes, and I think Spire are in a really large predicament right now. I don't think there's really a solution for their circumstance as they have it right here. Obviously, there is user error as potential, but Perspicacious on his own there, taking decent chunk out of Pineholic already. There's not much that they can do except of sending all 5, but the next Drake has spawned and all 5 members of both teams are in the area, so at the very least It's not a split push that has to be responded to. Drake down to 5k HP now, but the Spire have found their way in. Ults used by Winfrey. Going to get a little bit of CC down, and there's Ragnarok pop. Does he find Saren onto the back line? No, that is going to be the Olaf going down, and any hope of this fight going the way of the Spire is completely dead with the rest of their team. Saren's still alive. At the very least, Pineholic does get Perspicacious. Caxi also getting killed, but Pineholic is so low. Is he able to get away? Not just yet. There's going to be a lot of move speed, but it will be a good use of the gravity field to keep himself. Actually, no, it's not Saren. Saren now. Does he have anything to say about it? Yes, he does. Saren picking up, I believe, his 11th kill of the game, as he think he got one in that last one. But either way, the triple threat here. They're dropping some fire mixtape here on the side of Omega Gaming with the double musician bot lane coming through and just making sure that Saren is able to do Fed Zeri things.
Yeah, Saren kind of looking like the lead singer right now for the band that is Omega Gaming. I mean, that fight was as good as it could have been for the Spire. They got the dragon so low, but Caxi staying alive was able to walk back in there and smite it away while Perspicacious zoned the two members from the Spire away from the rest of the fight. And I mean, I think Saren Maginubly could have played that a little more aggressively at the tail end of the fight. None of them wanting to walk up, despite Victor being on like 200 HP. So they had to chase a little bit longer. They were still able to pick it up in the end, able to get the bot tier 2 for themselves. So now they're going to be setting up around this icon, around this Baron. But we're seeing the power of the Seraphine and Sona in these team fights, just keeping everybody alive for so long. And as well as this Alawi, just basically zoning out 3 people by themselves. But now the side of the Spire could be in a little bit of trouble here. Saren is the scariest member right now.
Here comes the Spire on ults. Winfrey not going to find anybody, but does split Caxi away from that team. Curse Sad Money going to be drop finding too. Going to use the stasis now, and the CC comes through, and that's going to be Pineholic getting the first kill onto Caxi, but now on the backside, Perspicacious does so much damage, zones out AO Pinguini completely. Everyone has on half health, and that's actually going to be Perspicacious getting the kill and making this 1-for-1 for now, but with how low these health bars are on the side of the Spire, without a lot of ways to heal back up, it's just going to be full retreat for the Spire with both Baron and Otacon still alive. Perhaps Omega could go for that, but they're looking like they're going to push their advantage even further. See if they can't get any more. Pineholic will be marked up by that Alawi E. Saren, though. Saren, what are you doing here? Going to have to flash away. It's very audacious from Saren. I can respect the aggressiveness, but that's a little bit too far for this Zeri.
Yeah. I mean, I really liked that Arm Guard purchase out of Caxi because he waited so long to pop the Curse of the Sad Mummy and then waited even longer to use that Arm Guard, which at Black Mass popped the Ragnarok to immune the Curse of the Sad Mummy, but then it fell off because he just wasn't able to DPS anybody else anymore. But now
Perspicacious going to be targeted out here on his own, but it won't even, I don't think it matters. Running into Alawi, not going to do what you want. Pineholic going to be caught out by Caxi as well. Perspicacious looking completely healthy. Going to be 1v4ing on the side over here. That's going to be the mid laner of the Spire taken out of this one, and a large source of damage as we've seen come through. It is a numbers advantage for Omega, but with a few low health bars, it doesn't look like they're going to try to push their luck with either Baron or Otacon just yet. Will they? Saren's taken down at half health, but so many shields come through, keeping him alive for now. As we're in, yeah, everybody's backed out. Which at Black Mass, I will spot out Saren, going to hop away. Perspicacious has returned to this one though. Which at Black Mass, if he stays around any longer, could be in a really large amount of trouble. If this level 17 Alawi finds him.
I mean, this is also... Oh, he found him.
Uh-oh. If he's,
I think he's far enough away, though.
Oh, he does, fine. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the power of a level 17 Alawi with the build that they have. They're so tanky. Like, everybody knows the rule of fighting an Alawi. You don't send 4 people to kill her because she's just going to heal off of your whole team in the process. And we literally saw in that chokehold in the river, that's a spot that Alawi loves to fight in because you get so many tentacle slams down once you use that ultimate. And Perspicacious literally like was 1v4 zoning the rest of the team while they were fighting Pineaholic in the 4v1. I think they could have looked to force onto the Baron, but they could just look to force onto the Otacon now, or even pick Winfrey off in this top lane. But they're gonna look to the Otacon, the side of the Spire, conceding it their bot side. They're going for the Dragon, but this just could be an Otacon into Baron turn for the side of Omega, and that is way better than giving up a second Dragon to a team at this point in the game.
Yeah, it's not great. I mean, giving over two big objectives like that. I think the Otacon, the Ruinous Otacon, given the extra buff on the current objectives taken as well as Baron Nashor, they're just going to be that much harder to kill. Get those extra levels. Perspicacious now fully level 18. At the very least, I mean, the single Mountain Drake isn't really high value from the Spire. All you do is prevent the Mountain Soul for the next 5 minutes. But in response for Otacon and Baron, it's I'm not a fan. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, I would have to agree to you there. I think the only other thing that was a benefit for the Spire in that play is they got the bot lane tier 2 onto Pineaholic. He is on 3 items, but if you compare that to his counterpart on Saren's on 4 items. Saren is a monster in these team fights, and he's building towards his 5th item now, so this Zarya damage is there, it is live, and it is something to be feared for the side of Spire. We've seen it so many times in these team fights, but now with this Baron buff backing the side of Omega, with they have 1 Void Grub, so they do get this extra damage onto these turrets, but even without it, the way they're able to play this map in this 4-1, because nobody can respond to Perspicacious in these side lanes, it's going to be so hard, and it's going to be even harder once Perspicacious does get that Spirit Visage onto this Alout.
Yeah, Perspicacious stuff. It's nearly impossible to respond to. At the very least, the syncing of these waves isn't so great. So it does give a little bit of time to not fully. I say that as soon as the tower does go down and the mid wave does shove in. Cassie cursing that one just a little bit here. Now the mid inhibitor tower goes down as well, and the space is now not fully open, but the gates are starting to come down. Winfrey going to get chunked out for half his health. And that's going to be the mid inhibitor going down. And now let's shift over to the bots inhibitor. Two
they're
inhibitors.
Looking to end.
I mean, they might as well. At the very least, the fountain is close enough to fully recover. The ult in from Sion will only find Caxi. It's a last-ditch effort from the Spire, but Saren gets the first kill. Boostus kills Perspicacious in return, but these health balls are so low, even with the fountain so near. Saren is still alive. Saren does so much damage, and that's going to be the ace. And game 1 going over to the side of Omega Gaming.
Yeah, and what a statement out of them in this game number 1. We didn't think that it was going to be Seraphine Soda bottom lane, and it works out. And the question mark I had around the Zarya mid turned out to be an exclamation point from the side of Omega and Saren in this game, absolutely popping off on that champion, and the team fighting that they were demonstrating in this game was just phenomenal. I think, the points we made in the Spire draft during it, when we saw it coming about, we were like, hey, if they can't get this Olaf ahead, if he gets put behind, it becomes really hard to be able to stick on to what Omega wants to do and be able to get these kills from the healing and shielding on a Seraphine and Sona. And we saw it exactly in this game. Like, look at the damage that Saren put out in this game. 45,000 damage. That is kind of insane.
16, 3, and 10 is I think it speaks for itself, but I mean, can't sleep on Perspicacious's performance either there on the Lowy. It really freed up the rest of the team to do exactly what they wanted, and once that was the case, once Omega was able to just keep Saren alive without any issues, that was that, and it just seemed really inevitable for a while there.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only benefit you have as the side of Spire in this game is you don't have to play against Alawi again. No Seraphine, no Sona, no Amumu. So if you're going to make a comeback in the series, it's now to boost that morale. But I believe with that win, I think Omega, no matter the results of the series, lock that 2nd seed for themselves now. So we know our 1 seed is TSI, our 2 seed is Omega, but Spire's still playing for that 3 seed, still playing for that side selection come playoffs time. But with that, we're going to head to a short break as we get ready for our game number 2 draft. So stick around. We'll be right back. And welcome back, everybody. I am still Chung Solmo, still joined by Isaac. We got game number 2 of Omega and Spire. Sides are swapped this time. Omega's on blue, Spire's on red. And so far, 2 bans exactly the same, 3 bans exactly the same. I don't think bans are going to change up much unless Omega chooses not to ban away the Jinx and chooses to pick it B1 for themselves this game. And it looks like that's their plan.
They might do. There's going to be the option on the ban from unless, of course.
But that does now leave, I think, Misfortune up from the first game. I believe Misfortune was a second phase ban. So if Omega wants to prior that, they could choose to go that. But now it really becomes if you're prioritizing a.
Hello? All right. Anyway, coming into this one, the bans are Maokai, Jinx, Lulu, Paris, the all important. Gosh, it's not used to solo cast. It's going to be Syndra, the first pick for the side of Omega Gaming. I wish I had more information to give you on the side of Omega. I'm not as familiar with their roster. It doesn't necessarily seem to. Oh,
I don't know what happened.
Okay. Well, I don't know if you see the stream yet, but Syndra was the first pick for the side of the Spire. It is a takeaway. From wait, no, not Spire. Spire's on red side now. It's for Omega. But yeah, Syndra is the first pick for Omega.
Yeah. So Saren does play a lot of Syndra. He did play it last week in their loss to TSI, but it was banned away from him in the first game. So not surprised to see him wanting to pick this up. Maybe going, hey, I don't think Pinaholic really plays anything to counter this pick. So I'm not surprised to see him first picking it here. But that does let Boostus get the Misfortune. It's a champion that he does play a lot, and it is still relatively strong, really strong lane bully. We do see it a lot in pro play. We saw it a lot during first stand if people were watching that. So really, hopefully, Boost is able to pilot this one better and actually able to get a bigger advantage in lane playing this lane bully style of champion. But then the Xerath response, I think Xerath can fare very well into the Syndra just because of the range that he can play at. It can make it difficult for Syndra to actually play against him. But Xin Zhao picked up that's a really strong, powerful 2v2 by the side of Omega that they could use to leverage for Dragon or Grub pressure.
Yeah, and they're going to stack on top of this early skirmishing ability with Renekton coming through for Omega Gaming. A lot of good CC options, going to slice and dice in on the Renekton, making an easy follow-up for Xin Zhao and Syndra to find one person. The person who gets hit by that Renekton CC almost certainly is going to be deleted off the map. With what they have gone to B1, 2, 3 on the side of Omega, but ooh.
Okay, that's a little bit of spice. We got a Xerath and a Diana, a little bit of unconventional spice, but I like it. If you're gonna swing for the top, you gotta come out with maybe a little unorthodox pick. So really curious to see if Omega can actually use these 2 champions to the power that they do have. Diana is really strong in the early game. She does a lot more damage than people expect. And when she does hit that level 6 and then progressively 11 and 16 with that ultimate cooldown, she basically has that ultimate up. Like, it's like, I think every 45 seconds. It's something ridiculous like that. So if Witch Hat Black Mask can play this, it is a really powerful pick. And it's also fine that you're picking double AP in your jungle and mid because there's no true tank on the side of Omega yet, so they could do a lot of damage in this game and in these fights.
I do find this Braum ban from the Spire odd. Wait, no, never mind.
They have Misfortune. It makes sense.
They have Misfortune. Because I'm dumb. Because it's blue side who picks.
They could have B1 to the Braum if they wanted to, but I think they're looking for maybe a Nautilus or a Rel who do pair very well with the Misfortune. So curious to see what Spire's going to prioritize here for Ao Penguini. I know she does play more enchanters, but can pull out like a Thresh or a Nautilus and maybe even the Rel. We'll see what they choose to pick here on 4, and if they really wanted to, they could pick top lane here. They know the matchup for top lane, and they could save R5 for that support pick, which I think support counter pick, people may, laugh at me for this. I think it is probably the best counter pick in the game, just because of how influential supports are in your matchup for lane, and then also in a game as an overall thing, because they're really only in lane for like until they hit level 4, and then they're roaming to grubs, coming back bot to hit level 6, going to dragon, going back bot lane, going back up to grubs. So it's really what can your support do in lane to make sure that your AD carry gets that advantage they're looking for and can play safe, and then also what can they do out of lane for your jungler for the rest of your team comp. But they're choosing to go with the Thresh here, which isn't the typical pairing that you see with the Misfortune. You like a support that can lock down multiple targets at once, like the Rel, or even a Nautilus who does have that knock up in a straight line. But Thresh can similarly do the same thing with the cage. With that massive slow that it gets, it could be really hard to get out of Misfortune if they have a make it rain over top of it, and then that bullet time.
Also with Thresh, it can be used a little bit more defensively, especially with how many dashes that Omega has. But I think with how many they have drafted, especially with this Yone, I'm not exactly sure one play can counter all that pressure coming through. As this
is a Syndra bot with Galio support. You have Syndra Galio bot lane with Renekton top and Yone mid. This is an interesting draft here out of Omega. I feel like if they get behind in bottom lane because of how strong Misfortune is, it can be really, really hard for Madge to be impactful in this game. And that's Wukong top into Renekton.
That is.
We have some spice going on here in game number 2, Isaac. I don't know where to go. This is all right. So okay. So I'll try to look at this. The side of Omega, you have team fight wombo combo. You have Xin Zhao diving onto the back line with a Galio ult on top of it, with a followed up by a Yone multi-man ultimate. It could be so hard for the side of Xerath and Boostus on this Misfortune to be able to play the game. But counterintuitively, it's going to be hard for Matt to play this game because you're going to have a Diana and Wukong trying to dive you in every single team fight. So you're going to need to kind of be using that scatter the weak as a defensive option here. But if Galio's not ulting forward, he's just going to sit on top of Syndra and play peel bot for her so she can get out this damage that she is looking for in these team fights. So it really comes down to which of these teams can get that team fight started on the terms they want first. I think Omega has the better counter engage options than the side of the Spire does.
Yeah, I don't think I have to agree. I don't think Omega is as put behind if Syndra does die here. I think on the Spire, if the Misfortune goes down, it's a lot more of a troubling situation to play out the rest of the fight. So I would favor Omega in that way. But Diana, press R, go boom.
Yeah, I mean, from what I've also seen is that the Wukong into the Renekton matchup is pretty Wukong favored because you can use your Warrior Trickster to dodge out of that stun coming out from Renekton. So you can try to turn back into and turn a fight onto him. But also that Wukong passive is going to be really helpful for him in against the whole top side of the side of Omega, because they're running triple AD top side. That Wukong passive will get a lot of value, but I still think it's really, really hard for the Spire to be able to play this game just based off what the direction they try. They kind of drafted full dive in a weird way with Diana and Wukong while you have a Xerath with Fortune. They kind of seem like two different style of comps trying to be forced together into one thing.
Yeah, and I think if you're going to go that way, I think somebody other than Thresh as support would be, I don't know, maybe even Taric could have been a bit.
I think Taric would have been great against the Omega comp this game because Omega's playing full dive. You have Renekton, Xin Zhao, Galio, Yone. That is a full dive team comp. And Syndra, she can walk up. She doesn't care. Like, if she's not getting ulted by Diana Wukong, who's really going to cause a threat onto her with these four guys protecting their queen in a sense, because it's four men and it's Syndra. Like she's got four pawns and this is your queen in the game of chess. Like, they're going to do all the dirty work for her and she's going to be the reason you win a game. So it's definitely going to be really interesting to see how these two comps choose to play against each other. I personally, I'm very Omega favored this game.
Well, at least that's an odd transition, but at the very least, we do get to see for sure that it is Renekton and Yone in the mid lane. That it is what the suspicion was going to be the Syndra in the bot lane. I've never seen this.
Yeah, this
seen
is
this script before.
definitely an interesting take.
I haven't seen the production specifically go to the game, the client draft for. This is a
Well,
new experience.
I think with this, we know what's going on with the draft so far. We know who's going where. I think this is perfect time to head us to a quick break as we wait for the draft to finish up and then head into spectator delay. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. And welcome back for game number 2 against Omega Gaming and the Spire. Omega going to be on the blue side this time. Spire going to be on the red side. And really quick, I'd like to give a quick shout out to ProComps, our sponsor and game changer app for the league community. This isn't just like the other tools. It's your personal draft coach, perfect for both teams and solo players. In fact, you can pair it with any other app you use. With ProComps, you'll receive real-time drafting advice with tailored champion picks and ban recommendations. It stands out with features such as the ability to generate champion pools in seconds that you can share with friends, a post-draft guide to attack the game. You can generate comps based on your preferences. Coaches and analysts can even create a personalized tier list. Think of it as having a virtual coach and strategy toolkit all in one. The app has already over 280,000 downloads and thousands of daily users like you. ProComps is user-friendly and totally free. It's a no-brainer to at least give it a go. Download ProComps now, and you'll experience a whole new level of drafting power in your league games. Go to procomps.gg, download it from Overwolf, or click the link in our bio. Again, that is ProComps, our sponsor for Blue Otter Premier League.
Speaking of comps, that is a Diana top, Wukong jungle.
I thought they were going to swap because we had a little bit of insider info. I thought they were going to swap where these champions were going, but they kept it the same. Diana top lane. I was not expecting.
Noobly doing some funny stuff. Level 1 there, but yeah, no. Back to the important thing is it is Winfrey on the Diana, which is a bit of a surprise, honestly.
Yeah. I know Winfrey does play a lot of unconventional top laners. He's busted out the Cassiopeia a few times. I got to cast him playing Nocturne top lane before. So definitely something I was not expecting to see. So really curious to see how he makes this Diana work. And Noobly going to have to burn that flash early. A nice hook in there by AO Penguini, despite it being the level 2 to level 1 advantage. Noobly taking half his health bar and a flash for that charge forward.
Yeah, the Justice Punch on the Galio is very telegraphed, and when you go that close to the tower, especially with the champion, you can pull you closer to the tower. It's never a good idea without a wave to do that, and we saw just why right there, how easy it was for it, despite being a level down, for AO Penguini to hook Noobly under the tower there. So learning the hard way, but at least we're learning, hopefully. Unless, of course, we see Noobly do it again. But still advantage side of Omega, but we're seeing this top lane matchup go through. Perspicacious going through onto Winfrey, but can't quite push that any further. And honestly, a little bit of the minion aggro doing a decent amount of damage to Perspicacious there.
Yeah, I think overall he'll be fine because he can heal off these minions with that Q, especially if he does have that rage bar above that 50 mark. It does do that bonus healing, so should be pretty well off in this top lane for now. I mean, Winfrey could get the jump on him and get that solo kill, but it's going to be tough for either side. I think one misstep by either of them. And speaking of which,
Penguini's going to go forward, but doesn't know that Caxi is nearby. The Scatter of the Weak will hit Boostus and going to ensure that the CC comes through. And AO Penguini's on the wrong side of the map here. He's going to have to pull some Harry Houdini antics. He's going to get out of this. Noobly really fun. Yeah, we'll find AO Penguini now. I just think that Penguini probably going to try to execute there, but Pinehawk going to be marked. Oh
no.
Uh-oh. That's a terrible time. That was possibly the worst time to DC for Saren. That is extremely unfortunate.
Yeah, and I mean, before that game came out on the bot lane, Winfrey actually got the solo kill top against Perspicacious for that first blood. So despite them picking up Boostus, who did use the cleanse, it wasn't that first blood gold. But as we did see Saren DC there, hopefully he does get connected soon. I mean, early game, already super dynamic so far, Isaac. 1-to-1 on kills at the start of the game, and I think it's only like less than 5 minutes in.
Yeah, obviously we didn't quite get to see that top lane solo kill, but immediately in the first few minutes here, it's a lot better from the Spire compared to game 1. We needed some sort of change out of them after how that went, but the early signs of life from the Spire, I do like at the very least what we've seen in this extremely small sample size we have up until this point.
Yeah, and I think while we wait to figure out what's going on with Sarah, and hopefully we can figure that out soon, I think we're gonna head to a short break while we wait for that to happen. So stick around, we'll be back in a couple of minutes. And we are back. Thank you everybody for sticking around. We're just gonna have a temporary, just classic Riot spectator bug, but we are back in the game. Saren has reconnected, so once this temporary pause after the pause is over, we should be getting back into this game here.
Yeah, I think main thing is that Winfrey getting a solo kill there on the Diana against Perspicacious. It's a bit of a surprise, especially with how that first game went, but really using this Diana pick to its fullest. But importantly, Perspicacious had to teleport back for that one, and is now down on XP in comparison as well. A decent amount, so Winfrey could definitely be a bit of an issue as we go on into this match later.
Yeah, I do think this lane is actually kind of hard for Perspicacious to actually play now that Winfrey is on these faded ashes. These trades are going to be way more in favor of Winfrey. And
Winfrey going to go forward. The stun will come out from Perspicacious. Going to have to dice himself away, which a Black Mass is a little bit too far back to not be able to get that second kill onto Perspicacious.
Yeah, maybe if Winfrey didn't use the E initially to stop the recall and use the Q, he could have looked for the reset dash onto Perspicacious, but I think he still would have gotten out of that play, but not...
Oh, but there's the ult available. Winfrey with the second solo kill and does flash to get out, but will escape with his life. Going to be yet another solo kill for Winfrey in this one.
Yeah, was not expecting that. Uses everything to get that solo kill and flashes to survive under the turret despite getting stunned up there. So really well played by Winfrey, showing us he knows how to play this Diana, something I was not expecting to see coming out here, especially in the top lane. So definitely going to be keeping my eyes on that one as this game does progress. But overall, everything is relatively even. It's just going to be the question of if Omega's going to be able to contest for these feats of strength. And
That's going to be AO Pinguini having to flash away. The CC doesn't quite get layered perfectly from the side of Omega Gaming, allowing AO Pinguini to escape there. At the very least, it is a flash out of the enemy support.
Yeah, but now with that, Witch Hat Black Mass is on these Void Grubs. Caxi started to run up, but I think he's just going to go back and probably start up this dragon. Looks like he's pinging onto it now to get that one started up. So it's going to be a trade of these neutral objectives in both sides of the map. But now Perspicacious could have been in a little bit of trouble. I saw Winfrey going up there to approach him on the mini map, but use the slice and the dice to be able to get out of that one and then walk back to his side of the lane after clearing up a pink void for himself. But I feel like if Perspicacious does get put very far behind on this Renekton, it actually does become a little bit harder for the side of Omega to play this game, just because you kind of are relying on this Renekton damage and beefiness in the front line for your team. But we're turning the top lane again, and looks like just looking at health bars. Perspicacious popped the ultimate.
Oh yeah, the Dominus will be used, but Winfrey does have the ultimate of his own to come back up. The health bar is about the same as a result. Perspicacious does have the full rage bar charged. Should that be available, won't push that any further, especially as Witch at Black Mass is here. But Perspicacious is going to stop the recall. Winfrey going to force a flash, but now the follow return flash from Witch at Black Mass secures that kill. But over to the bot lane, Madge gets the kill, 2v2 kill there. And so it's 3 kills apiece, but the feats of strength did go. No, the feats of warfare went over to the side of the Spire, as that kill from Winfrey, not Winfrey, from Witch at Black Bass did come down first.
Yeah, and also that kill that Madge got wasn't 2v2. It was actually 2v1. He solo killed Penguin in that bot lane, but then picked up in the top lane. Perspicacious actually picked up the counter kill onto Witch Hat Black Mass under the turret. I think, taking too many tower shots there, was able to trade that one back for himself. So getting a little bit of gold back into his pocket. He's still going to be struggling a whole lot up in this top lane now that Winfrey is 3-0 on this Diana. They're even in CS, but the gold deficit is still going to be efficient there. But you're winning on the bot side of the map. Madge is really strong right now in this, Syndra, I forgot the name of the champion for a second. 1-0-1, scaling up, getting those passive stacks every time we do pan down there. They got the dragon, but now they're going to be in a little bit of trouble. They have it pinged out and warded that they know that Witch Hat Black Mass is here, so they're just going to play a little bit safe, knowing Caxi is not in the bot side for a counter gank. But Pinaholic looking to go for a roam there, had the mana to get that ultimate out, but going back to the lane, gonna try to pick up the CS. But overall, pretty even game so far, despite the top lane deficit for the side of Omega.
Yeah, it's at least been answered by Omega across the map. Obviously, you don't prefer to see solo kills coming through, and actually Nubly going to try to find its way onto AO Pinguini. Again, Saren will get the kill onto Pinaholic, so 2 kills across the map for the side of Omega at the same time. So the early performance from Winfrey hasn't been matched by the rest of his team, but Witch at Black Mass is here. Nubly slowed up by the Misfortune, will get stunned out by the Scatter of the Week from Maj, and we'll stop that for now. Perspicacious going on to Winfrey despite all these deaths early on, and that's going to be the solo kill from Perspicacious despite dying 3 times to this Diana, but it's not over just yet. Volt Time not going to get enough damage down onto Maj from the gank on Witch at Black Mass. So Omega Gaming, in the face of adversity with how Winfrey has played out the first 7 or so minutes, is able to stand strong and honestly be fine with it, really.
Yeah, quick turnaround by the side of Omega. Especially with Purification, that top lane on that Eclipse is a whole lot stronger now than he was before, so able to actually take these trades into Diana. Was really close there. I thought Winfrey was going to be able to pick that one up, but just not having the cooldowns, the rotations at the right time, Purification with the bonus damage from that Dominus, able to pick that one up. And then Saren picks up a solo kill in the mid lane. Maj and Nubly outplaying ganks in the bot lane and picking up a kill for themselves. It seems like everything out of nowhere flipped on a switch for the side of Omega, and they are starting to get momentum in this game. They're now up almost 2,000 gold, or they are up 2,000 gold. So feeling really good so far, despite, how the early game did start, really coming back here at the 11-minute mark.
Jeez, Saren doing so much damage down to Pinaholic. As soon as he gets within range for his auto attacks, it's relentless onto the opposition mid laner. Pinaholic,
Oh, no.
Oh.
All right. And the storm buff has hit again. I know Saren said in the Discord that he is dealing with the storm that's happening in the south right now. So hopefully able to get the power back shortly. With that, I think we're just going to head to another quick break here while we try to figure out the Saren situation once again. So we'll be right back. And we are back onto the Rift. It looks like Saren is still DC'd, but because of the rule book, Omega forced to unpause and try to play this one out 4v5. So hopefully Saren can get everything situated and be able to reconnect into this game so the team doesn't have to play in that 4v5 for far too long.
Yeah, it is unfortunate, but it mostly boils down to the fact that there are only 30 minutes allowed of pause time available in custom games. So allowing the pause to go on for any longer for one side is a bit unfair in that regard. So we've got to make do with what it is. Saren not going to be available for the foreseeable future, which is unfortunate for Omega, especially as they had started to really take this game into their own hands.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really hard for them to try to play this out 4v5 just because now you're odd-numbered every fight regardless, so you're really going to have to play cross-map plays, look to be making these trades on other sides of the map that the enemy team isn't at, and Perspicacious having to pop that Dominus up here in the top lane, which is going to give Winfrey a window to go in once that does drop down, if he does choose to do so. So, curious to see how that's going to work out, but Perspicacious is just going to back off there, and you see the lane swap coming out now. The mid lane is, or the sole mid laner in the game is going to be in the bot lane, as it looks like Caxi and Nubly are going to have to play kind of like this 2v2, 1v1 in the mid lane.
Oh, you said there was a window for Winfrey, but I don't think it quite works. Not going to find the pullback from the ultimate either. So Perspicacious is completely fine. Both flashes used by either top laner, but that early advantage that Winfrey had pulled out for himself on solo kills seems to be almost irrelevant at this point.
Yeah, it feels like Perspicacious is really turning around this matchup in the top lane. It feels like it's going to be really hard for Winfrey to play. I do think, in theory, the Diana does make sense into it, but, the shield break that the Renekton has on that W, that stun, it makes it really hard for Winfrey to win out in these trades just because of how good of a duelist that this Renekton is. He just kind of slowly wins out on all these trades. I thought Persp was going to get that solo kill up there in the top lane, but maybe didn't have that Q off his cooldown, so not able to finish that one up. But I mean, so far, Omega has been playing this 4v5 exactly the way they need to. We see Caxi here every time that wave does crash into the mid lane. And Nubly, he does have some good wave clear on Galio. He is able to, help slow down the push that can come out of the Spire in that, 2v1, 2v0, 2v2 situation.
Yeah, did make sense to move Nubly to the mid lane. I definitely think Maj that could hold their own in the bot lane a little bit better, and he gets to funnel a little bit more gold into this Xin Zhao through the support items there. But really, it is just a waiting game and hoping that at some point Saren can return. I think it's what that's boiled down to. I personally hope, even with the disadvantage, that we eventually get a 5v5 on our hands for this one, because despite all these advantages that Omega are starting to they've gotten for themselves, they're quickly disappearing. Down to 1k now, but Witch at Black Mass is here in the bottom lane, finding Maj down to half HP. The hero's entrance is going to come through from Nubly, but it's not quite enough. Pineaholic is very low, though. Nubly is going to try to maybe get Pineaholic. Going to use that Justice Punch to get forward, but it's a little bit too far forward. And there's the ultimate from Pineaholic, combining with Witch at Black Mass to pick up another kill for the Spire.
Yeah, I mean, Maj thought he had the window to go in onto Pineaholic there, but Witch at Black Mass was just right there to counter that play. So Maj does end up going down, and Nubly burning the ultimate, not able to save his AD carry or APC in this game. And both of them just end up going down for it. So now pressure's on for Omega. Spire has this time to start dealing a lot of impactful damage to this mid lane turret, and this is just the issue of having to play out a 4v5. You just end up losing out automatically at one point on the map whenever you two try to make these plays. But Saren's back! He's reconnected! That's so big.
Saren is back. That will, at the very least, give another source of income, another source of damage available for the side of Omega Gaming. Obviously, Saren going to be at a very distinct disadvantage, having had to miss the last 4 or so minutes. It's not ideal, but the very least we are in a 5v5, and it's not quite so even. It has given time for the Spire to take this lead, but Perspicacious now going to find Winfrey in a very precarious situation. Nowhere for Winfrey to go. That's Caxi claiming the kill early on, but yet the Spire is still going to try to play this out a little bit longer, perhaps a bit ill-advised, because there goes Ao Pinguini not quite flashing away and going to use the I'm getting the support item, the Locketed Iron Solari there, keep himself alive, but it's not going to keep Witch at Black Mass alive for any longer. And right as soon as Saren comes back, that's going to be Omega Gaming picking up a very good fight in what was effectively a 4v5 with what Saren had to do with that.
Yeah, and I mean, even though Saren is down 2 levels, I still think it's really hard for Pinaholic to play in this matchup. But it wasn't that 5v5 you wanted. It was a 4v4, and Omega comes out on top, not dropping a single member, picking up the Rift Herald for themselves, so really starting to get momentum back in this game, despite, having to drop a lot of gold and XP across the map while playing in that 4v5. So, hopefully they're able to continue on that right track, make another good play off the back of the one he just had and keep going. They're probably going to lose the top lane turret here as Winfrey is the first one back to this lane, but they could look for a pick while they set up around this dragon and look to continue to push the advantage that they do have here.
Yeah, I do believe that with that first, with those towers taken, it does mean that the Spire do win the feats of strength going their way with the tower and the first 3 kills. But I don't think Omega Gaming should be caring as much about that. Oh, Winfrey's ultimate going to be whiffed on there. But even despite going down into a 4v5 for about 5 minutes there, they've still managed to hold on to the lead, have Omega Gaming have. And even though obviously Saren not going to feel great about missing those 5 minutes, they have enough strength about them across the map that I don't think they should really care too much.
And Saren still has a bounty. I don't know how that's possible. I don't understand Riot's bounty mechanics anymore. I'm gonna be so honest. I don't understand how Saren has a bounty right now. He's down 1,500 gold. So make it make sense, Riot Games. But regardless, Omega is still even in gold in this game, so they're still able to look for these 5v5 team fights, these odd-numbered fights, and make their comp work. Perspicacious is still slowly winning out on this top lane every time. A nice buffer there by Saren. Got a little bit of chip there.
Perspicacious will be in trouble, though. In the 1v1, he's doing fine, but now that it's 2v1, Winfrey stays alive with the shield on the W. That'll be the gank working out perfectly for the side of the Spire, but we're not over just yet with the action. Rift Herald will be summoned mid by Omega Gaming. We get a decent chunk of damage onto this mid lane tower. The Xerath ult will be popped, but not much damage going to come through on it, all things considered.
Yeah. I mean, in the top lane play, Perspicacious actually almost turned it into a 1-for-1, almost got the kill onto Winfrey. But I think the Herald drop was more for pressure to be able to get this mid lane turret eventually. Saren tried his best, but Pinaholic was in the area to get that wave clear with that ultimate at the Xerath from far enough away, and then Witchak Black Mass able there, smites away the Rift Herald so it can't get that extra hit onto the turret, which could have possibly been the reason it would have gone down. But right now, the mid lane outer and the top lane outer are still super low for the side of Spire, so Omega's probably going to look to make plays to be able to take those in a couple of minutes. Otacon is spawned on the top side, but I do not expect to see either of these teams starting it up very soon.
No, not at all. But as you mentioned with those towers still standing, the mid and top tier ones for Spire, with how low they are, it's definitely a decent source of income for the side of Omega. Should they find it, Winfrey taken low. Winfrey now half HP, not really doing all that much damage with the ultimate. Nubly arrives now, getting the kill. 4 members actually to the top half of this match. They're going to start up the Otacon. There's still a teleport available for Pinaholic, and it's very close for Winfrey. It might even be available when they respawn. But they've moved on it, and there aren't a lot of options to teleport really close to that Otacon. Do they know? Do they even know? Surely they have to figure something's weird at this point.
I don't know, Saren hit him with the question mark frog saying, I don't think you know what's actually happening on this map right now, is which at Black Master's
Yeah.
bot lane. And now they're going to get the notification. I think they're setting up to dive Saren right now, though. We see the bot lane of Spire running down here, looking to make it a 4v1 play, but it's hard to dive a Yone. So we'll see if they're able to make this one work. Madge and Nubly trying to look to respond, but I think what they should do is just look to push out this mid wave and try to get that tier 1 turret for themselves.
Yeah, they'll back away from that. Diving Saren might not have necessarily been the wisest choice, and, well, they very, very wisely move away from that one and keep this mid-tier tier 1 alive. Won't allow that map to open up so wide just yet, and also prevents that little extra standing gold going the way of Omega for now. Been a bit precarious through these fights. We've got the next straight coming up in under a minute. The setup for it might just see these two teams come together. AO Pinguini going to land the death sentence onto Nubly. Not going to fully commit to that without full knowledge, but it is still very hairy between these two teams around what might be a potential soul point for Omega Gaming.
Yeah, I think we're definitely going to be getting to see a fight here. We see Winfrey already coming down to the bot lane. Perspicacious is top lane. He does have that TP if he does want to get involved with the fight, or he can look to recall and then just walk there, but it looks like Spire is looking to start to leverage for position. They're looking onto Nubly right now.
Nubly's going to be slowed up by the misfortune. AO Pinguini's hook not quite going to land. But with all these five members in around this dragon pit, they spend a lot of time and a lot of resources trying to push out the side of Omega Gaming. I don't even think they've done that fully, completely successfully. AO Pinguini going to have to flash away. And all the while, it does allow Perspicacious to be alone in this top lane to just do what he pleases and walk forward and take this. They might even take the mid-tier 1 anyway on the side of Omega, and still Perspicacious has been completely unanswered. Going to force the teleport now, a very late one. At the very least, Spire will probably take this Drake, but they're giving up a lot for it. It's a very odd spot to be in for the Spire, and actually that's going to be AO Pinguini going down very early on. Nubly is here as well. Saren's ult's not quite going to land, but Boost is taken low as Saren snaps back. The bullet time going to be using an odd spot. Must have figured that he couldn't get away anyway. Should use that. Caxi going low. Witch at Black Bass going to have to flash away. Caxi dragged over in a very odd way. Going to force the ult out of Nubly to ensure that Caxi doesn't get chased down and killed. But I think more importantly than that fight going around is just how much time Omega Gaming was given to these towers, and to just push down and get so much gold off the map that way.
Yeah, I really like that play out of Omega Gaming going, hey, this is just the second dragon for the side of Spire. It's not even our soul dragon. It just puts us on soul point. So they say, hey, Purse, keep split pushing. He gets the top side tier 2 turret, gets some damage on that inhibitor turret, and then the rest of his team picks up mid-tier 1 and mid-tier 2, all for the dragon, and then pick up some kills on the back end of that fight, and crucially, none of them go down, so, they're playing really well. Saren is almost caught up to Pinehawk's level here. They're both level 14 now, so that's really good for the side of Omega, despite him being DC'd for quite some time, so Omega's playing this game on a macro sense so far so good, so they're going to look to do that, make these plays where it goes, hey, if we give this up, what are we getting in return for it? And I think the value that they got in return for giving over one Hextech Dragon is substantially better than what the Spire got out of it.
Yeah, it really was just a massive win for Omega Gaming across the map. It has now extended their gold lead to about 3.5K at this point. And like I said, despite those 5 or so minutes playing 4v5, Perspicacious taken very oddly low, though. Winfrey does, I'm not sure how, eventually get the kill onto Perspicacious. I'm really not sure what got the kill there. Oh, but the Scout of the Week will find 2 without any CC assistance. But does the damage enough? AO Pinguini is still alive, does drop the box to prevent the advance from the side of Omega Gaming, but they'll just wait a little bit longer as Caxi jumps forward into AO Pinguini. Boostus now gets taken down first by Nubly. Maj getting the kill onto AO Pinguini as well. So 2 kills going over to the side of Omega in around this top side as they move straight onto the Baron.
Yeah, and I mean, Madge hitting these crucial scatter of the weeks, making all these plays work for his team. A nice ultimate by Caxi to reduce the damage coming in from the side of Xerath with that right of the arcane. So just working out really well for the side of Omega, playing out these team fights and these little skirmishes beautifully. Nubly and Madge really being like kind of that driving force, with Caxi being that backup enforcer, letting his team walk up, creating all this space and chaos that is Zhao can do in these fights.
Jet Black Mass hasn't given up fully on this Baron contest yet, though. He's in the area, will hop over, is in the pit. Baron's low. The smite is a little bit early from Witch at Black Mass, but it's been at Black Mass. But it is understandable considering how low in HP that it was. But just left the Baron on, as I think it was 240 something HP. So not quite enough to steal that away, but a very valiant attempt from Witch at Black Mass there to try to slow this one down a little bit for the Spire.
Yeah, and I mean, the second that Omega knew he was in the pit, they kind of sort of dropped the DPS. I think Madge was still hitting onto it, which caused a little bit of a hairy situation, but they just focused on Witch at Black Mass, pick him up. He's trying to get the smite steal. He was doing damage to the Baron himself to try to pick that one up for his team while he was getting focused down, but just not able to be enough there. Smite's early, tried his best to get it, not able to do it in the end. So the Baron picked up by the side of Omega there, especially with that.
Winfrey going to be targeted by Caxi. Winfrey going to pick up 3 on the knockup, but won't find any damage on the counter as Boostus was knocked away by the Xin Zhao ult, and now Boostus once again goes down. There's a hero's entrance keeping Caxi alive a little bit longer, and it is dominant from Omega Gaming. They play out that fight perfectly. Perspicacious trying to find a little bit extra onto AO Penguin. Caxi also getting the kill there onto Pinaholic, looking for the ace. Perspicacious up 6 levels over this special. Won't continue to push this any further, but I don't think it'll matter because Saren's there in the top lane, 4 members here in the mid lane, and another 15 seconds until Winfrey and Boostus are back up. I don't even know if there will be enough time to stop this game from ending. Omega looking to make it a very quick 2-0. First Nexus turret goes down. Second one quickly to follow. Boostus is back up. Winfrey's here, but it's too little too late as Omega Gaming take game 2 and the 2-0 despite not having Saren for 5 minutes.
Yeah, and what a phenomenal tail end of that game played out by the side of Omega. It seemed like they were just playing every team fight out perfectly. That last game-winning team fight that we saw, that was 4v5. Saren was split pushing top that whole time. Never TP'd in. His team was like, hey, we got this. We're just going to win the game off this. Even if we don't kill them, you're just going to take the base. And they win. They kill everybody, and then they still take the base. So really well played by Omega, especially playing out that 4v5, not really giving over too much advantage to the Spire, and was able to get back in the game, turn around, and get the win for themselves there.
Yeah, it was very, very clinical from Omega Gaming. Boostus had a rough time, but I think misfortune into this draft.
Yeah,
it's just not. It's not it.
Yeah, really rough game to play Misfortune, and I feel like it's also a rough game to just play Xerath in. I feel like Spire's draft was just a little too disjointed, like I said originally when they did draft this out, but a big 2-0 for the side of Omega here locks in that second seed for them, even though they won that first game. Guaranteed second seed, guaranteed that first playoff bye, and now Spire really going to be hoping that, Conduit does lose to Monkeys now so they can still get that third seed and still have that side selection. So another big series we have here at the second half of this day, but we're going to head to a quick break here as we get ready, as the second set of teams gets ready for their series. We'll be back in about 3 to 4 minutes, so stick around. We'll see you all then.
on, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against all odds, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look down at the tide, it's our warning sign. It's time to rock the wave or get swept aside. Crash through barriers, our destinies untied. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. We become the light. We become the light. Against all odds, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. We become the light. Against all odds, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form.
And welcome back for our second series of the day between Literal Monkeys and Conduit Esports. I'm still Chung Somo. I'm still joined by Isaac, and I hope we have a great series here again as we did in our first series of the day.
Yeah, we got a seeding for the playoffs on the line here for Conduit Esports, especially after the first one, the 0-2 for the Spire. Definitely not ideal for them. It leaves a situation where Conduit Esports, if they just win one game, I do believe that's enough for them to take the 4th spot and guarantee themselves side selection for the first round of playoffs.
Yeah, it should be good. I like the Diana band that they're going, not letting Poppy Fox get that to pair up with Cool Pro Ninja's Yasuo, but that leaves a Mumu up, and that's going to be the first pick for the side of Literal Monkeys here. The bands make a lot of sense out of the side of Literal Monkeys. There isn't Sway, glad I'm not getting a Misfortune, and Poppy is something that Ipsy does play, and it can be flexed to top lane between CCI or even jungle now with the recent buffs for Pine, so I do like that ban that Literal Monkeys is going to go for it. Now I'm really curious to see where Conduit goes, and hey, we saw the power of Xin Zhao just in our last game, so Pine going to be locking that one away for himself here. Followed up by Seraphine, another champ we saw in our first series, but pairs really well with this Xin Zhao, so really like to see that 1-2 out of Conduit.
Yeah, it is a very, very strong 1-2 from Conduit. Seraphine really does help a lot with keeping these sort of engaged champions alive, wanting to go in. That being said, the response of Braum being able to shut down those encores early on, I do like it. Braum Lucian, maybe?
Yeah, we're
I
getting
like it.
bot lane.
I like it if they do lock it in.
It
Is
is.
that yeah, it is. It's locked in. There we go. Braum Lucian. I'm a fan in terms of it being fun. We'll have to wait and see if it's necessarily a good choice in terms of winning the game, but exciting nonetheless.
Yeah, and I was gonna say I don't expect this Seraphine to be support because I know Ipsy really doesn't like to play that champion or kind of sort of that style. It's probably gonna be the APC choice here for Glada. He did play that last week and played phenomenally well on it. But I also wouldn't be surprised to see Derizen playing that in the mid lane for the side of Conduit here. With that, the Rakan's going to be locked away. That's a good engage option. It does pair well into the Braum. It's kind of like a 50-50 matchup. Nobody really wins that one. Nobody really loses it. So it makes a lot of sense in the grand scheme of that one. It can be a little bit rough to play the Rakan in the Braum just because the Lucian is paired with the Braum. So he's able to really stack that passive up fast and can get the stun on the Rakan and put him in a bad situation. So really curious to see how Ipsy does choose to play that one out. And now a Mundo ban, definitely something I wasn't expecting to see banned here, but Victor ban does make a lot of sense by the side of Conduit, leaving, their top lane and then either mid or AD carry for a later pick with that Seraphine flex pick. So I would assume we're going to get like top R5 and break the flex between mid and AD carry here.
Yeah, trying to ensure that flex isn't as well flexible is certainly a choice, but the Mundo and Cassante bands show a lot of targeting towards CZI there in the top lane. Obviously, Cassante is very much a CZI sort of champion, so getting that out of their hands. But Ari will be the R4 choice from Conduit Esports.
Yeah, I mean, we got to see Derizen on this Ari last week. He played phenomenally well on it and even paired it with the Seraphine APC for the side of Glada, and it worked out really well for the side of Conduit. So liking the draft that Conduit is putting together here so far. At points, it can be difficult to play into what Monkeys is drafted just because Braum is a good deterrent into what Ari...
Ooh.
Are we getting a Nocturne top? Like, what is... I think Monkeys is having a lot of fun here. I don't know who's going where anymore. I'm gonna be so honest with you, Isaac.
Their draft is fun. Oh yes, the double semi globals. I really love like the ability to just take your champion anywhere across the map. I think it allows some excitement, and the numbers advantages that they can garner with it. Nocturne flies from 50 miles away, and so does Talia, and you can very easily overpower who is there. Also, I do like it, especially into the Seraphine, because you try with what Little Monkeys already had, try to play out these extended fights longer into what Conduit has drafted. It becomes very difficult. So why even try to extend the fights if we could just send all 5 people to blow up 2 people straggling in a wrong spot? I do like the choice.
Yeah, I do think Monkey's comp is super hard to play if they do get put behind. It feels like they will be lacking a lot of damage if that does happen, especially with the nice sustain options that Conduit does have. Everybody with the ability to heal themselves up, and the Seraphine W going to do a lot of healing when you build that full AP. It does so much healing that a lot of people don't expect it to do. But also, I think the Jax is going to fare well into the Nocturne top. You can use that Counter Strike to reduce the damage, the shred that you get out of the passive of Nocturne. So I do like that CCS is going for that pick. But I mean, Monkeys drafted something spicy. If they make this work, it could be actually really hard for Conduit to play side lanes, just because you do have the Talia and you do have the Nocturne, who will be looking to make these side lane plays all the time.
Yeah, that mobility is incredible. I like mobility. I like move speed. It's just insane. I'll put it that way. I don't have much else to add. Conduit Esports, we'll have to try to avoid that. But I don't know. Any closing thoughts, Strong? Or
Yeah, I think in a straight up 5v5, I think Conduit does have the better comp. I feel like it works better as a 5-man unit, while Literal Monkeys, like I said, is going to be looking to play all these side lanes, look for these picks, and look to get the advantage that way. So it's really going to be of who's able to make these comps work better. And Monkeys, they've had a tough season this year, but they got that win last week, so hopefully they're able to play spoilers to the Conduit team and not let them get that 3rd seed. But I'm gonna have to favor Conduit in this one. But I think if Monkeys play this out right, they're gonna be able to do that. But I think with that, we're gonna head to a quick break while we wait for the draft to finish incline and then the spectator delay. So we'll be back in a couple of minutes. And welcome back for game number 1 between Literal Monkeys and Conduit Esports. Literal Monkeys on the blue side, Conduit on the red side, and looking everything over, looks pretty stock standard to me, maybe besides the Nocturne top lane. And a little bit of role swapping we got going on here. I didn't even realize we got Ice in the top lane, TDK, normally the AD carry playing mid, Cool Pro Ninja, the normal mid laner playing AD carry, and then Evil Gumi, the normal top laner playing support.
It's um unexpected to say the least. But I mean, I'm trying to find a reasoning here, but I'm struggling. Other than that, they've been out for a while, and it's time to do things the fun way.
Yeah, exactly. It's like just have some fun. Why not? Why not go out with a bang? Maybe get an upset with this style of team lineup. So who knows what's happened? Maybe they've been practicing this, and it's something we are not ready to see. Oh, CZI starting the 10.
Oh,
The 10 goal. Let's go.
It's over. Conduit Esports takes game 1. We could just quit right here. Fishing mini game.
Press X.
is
Look at the
completed.
goal difference. It's already there. CZI's already winning the top lane. Oh man.
It's just over now, and in actual news with the fight there, you mentioned the counter strike going early the way of the side of CCI there into this Nocturne, definitely doing a little bit of chunk there. That's at that moment. But
So I had to clear my throat there, but yeah.
oh, okay.
The early levels will be a little bit harder for all the lanes here on the side of Conduit, except for maybe mid lane. Ari does have better wave clear than Talia in the early levels, but you'd expect that the Conduit bot lane to get pushed in. CZI less wave clear than the Nocturne, but Nocturne already using a lot of mana. Maybe CZI gonna look to go in for a trade there, but a nice trade back by DOV Ice getting that passive back up. So looking pretty good, and Derizen having a good time in the mid lane here, winning out on most of these trades.
Yeah, but all the while in the mid lane, TDK not necessarily having the best times. Are using one of the Poppy Fox won't quite land the bandage toss, just barely going wide. Don't get the second one either. So Derizen using that fancy feat to stay out. And meanwhile, the counter gank into the top lane. Ice going to be claimed by CZI, and I don't suspect that lane's going to get any easier from this point on for Ice.
Yeah, I would have to agree. And it was also a really good job by Derizen there in the mid lane to play that one out. The Char making it a little bit harder for him when we hit that, but in the bot lane, Evil Gumi picks up Clara. What happened down there?
That unfortunately we didn't get to see that, but
oh no.
I have to feel. Oh wait, no, yeah, Poppy Fox going out to flash away, but the follow-up from Pinay going to do a lot of damage. Derizen now on the back side, going to take TDK very low, not quite going to be able to get that feat of warfare. But I have to suspect it was just in that bottom lane between Glada and the Little Monkeys bot lane is that. But I suspect, because the flash wasn't used, it's just not quite having the knowledge of exactly how much damage was done there. And that's that. So still going to have that flash veil. No TP though for the bot lane of Conduit Esports.
Yeah, and in the meantime, Pinay literally steals away the Wolves, the Gromp, and now he's getting the Scuttle Crab on the top side of the map here. He could look to then recall and go to his bot side before Poppy Fox can walk in there and start to take away those camps. But it looks like he's walking for that Scuttle Crab now, so then they'll be able to get back to their blue side to be able to defend any counterplay that comes out of Poppy Fox. And if Pinay finds him in the jungle, I think Poppy Fox is just going to die. He doesn't have flash anymore. Pinay's already on that Tiamat, so at a really strong point, and he's not even going for the invade. He knows he does not win that 1v1 if he gets caught.
Yeah, Poppy Fox really put way behind off of that one. It is just too dangerous, and at this point, it does limit the options of Poppy Fox to really have a gold income, which is a little bit. Oh wait, hold on. Feat of Warfare claimed who went down. Evil Gumi going to be picked up by Pinay there through. I'm going to say misplaced invader. I'm not quite sure what exactly happened there to Evil Gumi, but nonetheless, that's going to be the first feat of strength going to the side of Conduit Esports.
Yeah, I think he was probably walking up for vision, not having the respect of the CC combo that can come out of Conduit, and was just bursted down. We saw Cooper Ninja was sitting in the lane, so not anyone he could W out to. So nice punish there by Conduit. And overall, despite Glada going down early, he's still up CS in this lane, so he's doing his job that he has to do to be able to scale up despite having that one death. And now Pina's going to know that his Raptor is being taken away. Let's see if he can do anything about it.
Oh, and the charm from Durzin will find its way onto Poppy Fox, but TDK is here, going to stun up the Ari with the E there, the Minefield. But it's not going to matter too much, and there's the reset on the Spirit Rush. Pine going to get the kill, but Evil Gumi is here to turn this back around, but it is the shutdown going on to the Braum, which is not exactly who you want it to be going on to.
Yeah, you don't want that as literal monkeys. That's exactly what we want on Conduit. All the kills that literal monkeys have this game are both on Evil Gumi, and I'm not expecting to see a full A pre-Braum or on-hit Braum in this game, if I'm being honest here. So that gold, yeah, it'll get him to those support items first, to that Locket, maybe a Knight's Vow even second, but overall in the grand scheme of the game does not really help out the monkeys at all here. And now, Ladder's level 6. He does got good wave clear, so that means Ipsy gets to make all the rooms he wants on the side of the map. And Glada playing smart, going, hey, if I do get CC'd here, I just die, so willing to give up that wave and just take a recall for himself.
Yeah, it's, you know, the smart choice with how far the rest of his team is ahead, how well they've done to get everyone else around Glada. Doesn't really need to risk too much there to give anything away. It's fine. All the while, that does allow Little Monkeys to pick up the first Drake, at the very least, in trade of the Void Grubs.
Yeah, and we're just seeing the weakness in laning that the side of Literal Monkeys does have in the champions that they have drafted. Now, a nice forward step, but I think he still goes down here at the end of the day.
Yep, that's going to be Poppy Fox getting the kill onto Derizen. And, you know, more gold elsewhere other than the Braum. And
CCI got a solo kill.
Oh, there we go. Just,
well, yeah. That's not good if you're Literal Monkeys. I mean, TDK got some nice empowered Qs to slow down Derizen and get a big chunk of damage on him. Derizen did the best he could to dodge out of everything, but... okay, a little bit of spectator buff.
We might have had a pause there, but that's going to be Glada stunned up by the Braum. The culling going to come through. Cool Pro Ninja finally gets the kill onto Glada, and now on the back end, the stun goes onto Ipsy. Double kill, picking up by Cool Pro Ninja. So some extra gold going back the way of Literal Monkeys, and really well done by them. But after that, it's still 1k gold lead to the side of Conduit Esports, even with that performance from the Monkeys.
Yeah, I mean, Evil Gumi got in a good spot. They had no idea that he was there, so once Cool Pro Ninja gets in range, they're just able to take that 2v2. And Lada and Ipsy both hold their flash, but now Derizen
not going to land the charm either. Panay is here to stop any advance from Ice, and that will be the Little Monkeys moving away from that one wisely, so because that is a 5-1-1 Xin Xiao that they're walking into.
Yeah, I mean, this Xin Zhao is scary. Even CZI on this Jax is scary, and Derizen still does a lot of damage on this early game Ari. So, I mean, Conduit, despite giving over a couple kills, they're still up 1,000 gold at this point just through CS memes, that first blood, and a little bit of turret plates. So, and also that 10 gold that CZI did get at the start of the game.
Yeah.
Very impactful for the overall gold advantage. That
was the deciding factor of this game. Really, was CZI getting the 10 gold from the fishing mini game, and we can officially say League of Legends is with the Jax change there, the rework, or not really the visual update, that is officially now a good game because it has a fishing mini game.
Every good game, everybody knows has a fishing mini game.
See, we'll use the swiftness and charm up Cool Pro Ninja, and that's going to be a great use of the from the wall from Braum there to stop the encore coming through, and that just might turn this fight to the way of Literal Monkeys, and it is Pinay going down. TDK getting the kill there. Absolutely played perfectly by Evil Gumi there.
Yeah, I mean, Evil Gumi getting that wall up was the big winning factor for that fight in the bot side for Little Monkeys. PNA tried to get the kill onto Cool Pro Ninja, but was tagged up by the Braum beforehand, so the stun does go across when he tries to flash forward, and it does go down in that play for it. And I mean, Conduit looked like they were making a good play, but Evil Gumi really turning it around there for the side of his team. And hey, those 2 kills, I said it, he got that locket early. That was impactful in that fight as well, so Literal Monkeys playing out to their win con so far of playing for this bot side. Full Pro Ninja and Evil Gumi on this aggressive 2v2 is working out well for them. I mean, we've seen this before out of Glada. He does, sometimes get focused in the early game and does end up, dropping a lot of CS because of it. But he always becomes impactful in team fights and finds a way to be, impactful throughout the game overall. So I expect him to be able to do the same here. PNA trying to go for the invades again. Oh no, he could be in a lot of trouble now.
He could be. Poppy Fox going to zone out Panay into this troublesome spot, and that's going to be the Talia E stunning up CZI, but they still find their way in onto TDK. Ice going low as well. Double kill getting picked up by CZI, who off camera has had a really strong game. 3-0-1 within the first 11 minutes on the Jacks.
Yeah, and we thought, both of us, we thought Pina was kind of in a bad spot there, but he said, no, I like these odds.
Poppy Fox couldn't try to stop the Gromp being taken, trying to get it back, flashing away as well. So going to lose out both the Gromp and the flash there. Not going to get anything for his troubles. Meanwhile, Evil Gumi going to stun up Yipsy, but it's not really much to do there.
Yeah, I mean, CZI and PNA playing out that 2v3 really well. I believe Derizen did roam over to provide some pressure as well. Or it was Ipsy, I don't remember exactly, but that top side of the map playing really well for Conduit. CZI and PNA really the driving force for this game so far. 5-2-3, 3-0-1, both looking to be the reason that the team can win this game. And hey, they're on the champions to do it. We know what these champions can do if they get gold, if they get kills. They can be so disruptive in team fights and feel like they can never go down.
Paranoia dropped, and it's going to be Ice trying to find the all-in onto CZI. I'm going to have to imagine that was in response to the Counter-Strike being used, as CZI really couldn't do much but retreat there and take the hits. As it was, taking him down to about a quarter health and going to have to recall there, but there is going to be Derizen in the area. Can Derizen find the kill? Going to have to use the Spirit Rush to get away from Ice. Back in from Derizen, not quite going to find the charm.
Very close to hitting that charm there. I think Ice would have been able to respond with a spell shield, so it wouldn't have mattered in the end. But I did like the roam up there because it does let CZI
turn into a little bit more. Poppy Fox going to be snared, and now Panay going forward. The Curse of the Sad Mummy going to slow this advance a little bit longer. Poppy Fox, though, hit by the Ignite. It's ticking, it's down. Yipsy going to get that kill. And it's just going to be Poppy Fox pushing his luck a little bit too far forward there.
Yeah, and every time it feels like Literal Monkeys is making a good play, it's quickly responded to by Conduit to be able to turn it around. They're still up this 2,000 gold. Yes, they are down 2 dragons, but I think overall they're okay. But now Glada and Ipsy can both be in a lot of trouble here.
Oh, Glacial Fissure going to cut off both Yipsy and Glada from each other. Cool Pro Ninja will pick up his 3rd kill of this game on the Lucian. Going toe-to-toe with the definitely favored Conduit Esports. You mentioned that Little Monkeys got their first win of the season last week, and they've really put that momentum into the start of this game.
Yeah, and that was with Cool Pro Ninja playing AD carry. I believe TDK couldn't have made it, so they had a different mid laner overall. But Cool Pro Ninja playing really good in this role swap so far and really performing. But now there isn't in some trouble. Spirit rush away. So good by him. But also in the meantime, that's 6 grubs that was picked up for Conduit. And you have a Jackson and Ari side lane, so they can, provide a lot of pressure to these turrets, specifically Jax individually. And Ari isn't a slouch as a turret taker either. She does do a significant amount of damage to these, but it's not what you expect out of potentially a Ryze or a Gwen, Jax, Trundle. But it's still gonna matter in the grand scheme of the game. And without having your traditional AD carry, getting these grubs is gonna help the team overall be able to take turrets with what Conduit has drafted for themselves.
Yeah, 6 scrubs basically turns these towers non-existent. It is at the very least the trade of the neutral objectives 2-2 back and forth. Literal Monkeys definitely going to be looking forward to the next Drake coming up. in about 2.5 minutes here. Yipsy trying to find Poppy Fox, not going to land the knob up, but I'm not sure if it's going to matter because Derizen is here in the area. Derizen going to be able to claim the kill onto the Literal Monkeys jungler.
Yeah, and that's Derizen's first kill. It seems like Poppy Fox just keeps going with these small oversteps and is quickly punished by the side of Conduit. I know, people have
Oh,
hold
cool
my
pro
thought.
ninja. Staying a little bit too long. We'll see the enemy team now. Here comes the Literal Monkeys. The Braum wall will stop the push forward. And the ult will keep Pinay further away from Cool Pro Ninja. Evil Gumi doing everything he can to keep his ADC alive. Stay down, get down, Mr. President. Shutdown going to be picked up by Pinay. But, oh, wait, hold on. Okay, Cool Pro Ninja on the back end, I believe, is the lifesteal coming out from the board. I think it was completed in the inventory of Cool Pro Ninja, getting that extra health available. No, actually, no. Okay. There was no lifesteal whatsoever. So on that low health, Cool Pro Ninja manages to avoid taking any sort of major damage from Derizen. I had memorized my the itemization incorrectly. That's my mistake. But I think that just makes it all that much more impressive from Cool Pro Ninja getting the kill on Derizen.
Yeah, you play that really well. I wish I could have seen that more, but overall, it was a good play by Conduit. Really well played by the side of Literal Monkeys to be able to get Cool Pro Ninja out of that whole thing. Yes, Evil Gumi did go down, but Cool Pro Ninja was still able to pick up a kill in the backside of it. They did lose a turret for it, so not feeling too happy about that one, as it is the first turret of the game, and that means
Ice going to have to use the paranoia there to keep him away, but the flash forward from CZI is not quite enough to get the kill onto Ice.
Yeah, a really close top lane fight there, but I think that's going to benefit CZI much more just because he's not going to have to TP back. DOV Ice is going to have to TP if he wants to save this turret, otherwise CZI is just going to take it if he feels like it, but TP's coming out. CZI is going to get to recall and walk back to this lane, but CZI really playing this matchup really well, playing super aggressive, getting all the trades that he wants to. But I mean, Cool Pro Ninja is really scared at this point in the game. He's on these two items at Lucian. He can burst out Ipsy, Glada, or Derizen anytime they are in range on the map. So they have to be super careful about this Lucian, who has been playing really well this game, despite all the focus that's been going down his way. He's been able to counterplay all of it. And I say,
Cool Pro Ninja going to take a big chunk of damage out of Glada, forcing this Seraphine probably to be out of this fight nearly completely. Glada can stay at a really long range and try to layer up an encore, maybe. But I think at this point, you gotta just head away from this one. Rift Herald going to be used in the mid lane, and Glada flashing away. Keep himself alive a little bit longer off that W with the heal. CZI hopping forward, finds two on the counter strike, and the Anchor will also charm up Cool Pro Ninja. He's going to march forward, trying to find Glada, but there's a shutdown going onto the Rakan, and now the back end Pinay will get the kill onto the Braum. Derizen also showing up, getting the kill onto Poppy Fox, and that's Conduit Esports playing out this fight perfectly. Glada doing the job of the bait, and we'll talk about fishing. That's going to be 3 kills caught out for Conduit Esports.
Yeah, I mean, they lose the top turret, but they win the team fight, and they get the dragon for themselves and break the mid lane turret. So really well played by Conduit. Glada got super chunked in that fight, but was able to stay involved, get a nice multi-man encore there, and still stay alive when Cool Pro Ninja was trying to dive onto him. Having no flash made it easier for Glada to space out there. So Conduit playing really well so far in this game. I think, Literal Monkeys could have made that work, but I think Cool Pro Ninja taking the Herald in was the go button for Conduit, because once he was out, they were just able to quickly jump on to the rest of the team, even before he was out, and able to turn the fight, because you're missing that big damage point because you chose to ride the Herald. They were able to turn the fight the way they wanted to and make it work for them. So Conduit coming out on top of that play. Pinay, 7-2-7 on the Xin Zhao. CZI is 3-0-4 on this Jax. They are still forces to be reckoned with, and that doesn't mean that the rest of Conduit doesn't do some significant damage as well.
Yeah, it's that fight was pretty dire for the side of Literal Monkeys. It's importantly, not only did the fight go the way of Conduit Esports, they no longer have the soul point to be able to leverage these fights, leverage the pressure towards this Dragon Pit anymore. Gotta wait another 5 minutes to potentially get that, and that's going to be Cool Pro Ninja having to flash away as he's caught out. Can he stay alive much longer? Drizzin going forward. That's going to be Cool Pro Ninja actually getting the kill onto the onto the enemies there, but it's quick change 1-for-1, really well done by Poppy Fox. Going to try to use the Hex Gates to get out. Is canceled from that, and now Ice is actually in a world of hurt, going to be completely surrounded here. This just might be another kill going to the side of Conduit Esports. If this wave can get cleared fast enough, Ice going to move into full retreat, trying to get away from Panay. Won't get marked because of the spell shield and get out there, but it is still the top tier 1 getting claimed by Conduit Esports.
And they're probably just going to turn on the Otacon here, honestly, too. But the Triumph is what kept Cool Pro Ninja alive in that play. The Risen did go down. The Order of Deception almost did pick up the kill on the back end of the Triumph healing. Was able to keep him alive. But now, because of that passage play, because Poppy Fox did go down, they forced DOV Ice back. They're just going to burn down this Otacon super quick with Pina and CZI being super fed on these carries. And, you know, I know people had read the content that they did put out. I put Pina as the #1 jungle in the Premier League. I do think Pina is the best jungler Premier League has, and he's really showing it here in this first game.
Yeah, I know Conduit Esports had a lot of like scheduling issues with getting Pina into a lot of their earlier games, but every single time that Pina has been in the roster, it's definitely been a strong performance from them. It does help that Literal Monkey is definitely one of the weaker teams in the Premier League, even though they've done a pretty good showing for themselves in these last 2 weeks at the very least. Yipsy, hold on. Going to be stunned up just now. There it goes through, and the bandage toss onto the stun target. Shutdown getting picked up by Cool Pro Ninja.
Yeah, Ipsy a little too aggressive on that play, and Glad is saying, hey, bud, I'm sorry, but if I step up, I'm going to die to the rest of the team as well. So Ipsy has to go down there for his sins of trying to solo ward, but now Evil Gumi's in a lot of trouble.
It's, we've seen this a lot from Evil Gumi so far. Flashing away, but Pina can just hop forward to follow on the Xin Zhao, no problem. It's been a little bit a few too many times that Evil Gumi has walked way too far forward into the Conduit Esports territory, and has turned out for the worse for turned out worse for it in this game.
Yeah, and now Pina is still playing hyper aggressive here, going in again on the Poppy
Fox. And the encore will also charm up the Poppy Fox, and then the layer from Derizen is incredible, perfectly timed, never to go. Cool Pro Ninja getting killed by Pina, who does so much damage. The Derizen still has a Spirit Rush, 1 charge left, and now DOV Ice is too far in. Lotta getting that kill, and that'll be Natalia's quickly to follow. Evil Gumi will try as much as he can to keep his team alive, but it's too little, too late. Double kill getting picked up by Pina, and that will be a clean ace from the side of Conduit Esports in a 4v5 nonetheless.
Yeah, and I think death timers are a little bit too short here for Conduit to win the game, but they're going to do so much damage to the space. They're going to break top inhibitor, turret and inhibitor. They're going to do the same in the top lane, and then look to regroup, probably take this Baron when it does spawn in the next minute after they take this Dragon here, and then look to win the game off their Baron take. So Conduit efficiently in the driver's seat here, and it's going to take a miracle for Monkeys to make it work to be able to come back in this game, but Cool Pro Ninja can still do it. I think the biggest issue I've seen so far with this Monkeys comp is I don't think TDK has used his ultimate once this game.
TDK, maybe. I can't recall any use of the Weaver's Wall, so I can't confirm nor deny. But I think if we actually take a look at the inventories of these champions, I don't think it matters just with how much Conduit Esports are ahead at 8k gold, but Lichbane's second Ahri with Swifties, or the upgraded Swifties, whatever they're called, is I haven't seen it before, so I can't say if it's bad, but it's definitely not something I'm familiar with.
Yeah, I mean, Derizen did do this last week. I think it does help Ari with that sticking power. You do lose a little bit of damage because you're not building these Merc Treads, but that bonus movement speed that you do get can help you a lot because sometimes, even with the Spirit Rush, it does feel like if she does get CC'd once or they have good spacing, it's hard for Ari to stay on top of the target. So I do like that. Derizen is choosing to go for the skin, but now CZI is getting ulted on.
Yeah, that's going to be DOV Ice using the Paranoia, and with Poppy Fox and Evil Gumi in the area. He'll try to find this kill. CZI, perfect counterattack. Oh my gosh, perfect counter strike. Will stun all three, which gives time for Ipsy to arrive, making this a 2v3. Now Cool Pro Ninja showing up in return, but Derizen is there. That's going to be Cool Pro Ninja going down. The stasis from CZI keeping himself alive a little bit longer, and the counter-strike is huge. Oh my gosh, CZI doesn't even go down. It's a tragedy for Literal Monkeys. All these health bars are so low. CZI doing wonders to wait for his team to arrive, and that is another ace for the side of Conduit Esports in another numbers disadvantage.
Yeah, and CZI didn't even fall there. He was hard focused there. It would have played out perfectly, lived for so long, and then the rest of Conduit shows up as the saviors, help their top laner out, and it is just a dominant game 1 victory here out of the side of Conduit Esports.
Yeah, and with that win, Conduit Esports also secure themselves at least 4th position. They will get side selection for the first round of playoffs off that win. So yeah, that's I mean they came in what they needed to do, and they showed up, and now I don't know how it goes between them and seeding, if they can jump Elysium. I'm not sure if they can.
I think they're already over Elysium. I think they're competing with the Spire for 3rd seed right now.
Okay. Well, the Spire, we lost 0-2 in that last one. So, yeah, if they get another good performance from this in Game 2 from Conduit, they'll be sitting 3rd at the end of the regular season. But let's wait until then. So, unless you have anything else to say, Chong.
No, I think we covered it. I think it was pretty dominant overall from the side of Conduit just from the early start of the game. So hopefully they're able to do that again in game number 2 here and help secure that 3rd seed for them going into playoffs and really look to contest for the whole thing at the end of the day. But with that, we are going to head to a quick break as teams get ready for game number 2. Stick around and we'll be right back. And welcome back for game number 2 between Conduit Gaming and Literal Monkeys. Conduit going to be on the blue side this time, Literal Monkeys going to be on the red side. And so far, bans are staying exactly the same as we saw in game number 1. So I'm curious what Monkeys chooses to change up on the red side in this draft here.
I mean, I think with how that game 1 went, anything's really on the table. It wasn't like one specific thing that went wrong, especially post 11 minutes is just when it just kind of fell apart for them as a unit generally. So
Yeah, I would have to agree. It felt really bad. I'm surprised that Conduit chose to ban the Ashe. I know Glada does play a lot of this champion, so not wanting to play this game. So they're going to B1 the Jinx, and I'm really curious to see if Glada can perform on this. I think the last time he played the Jinx, it didn't fare well for the team, so hopefully he's able to do better this time around and able to actually be that hyperscaling, that carry that everybody expects every time a Jinx is locked in.
yeah, also it's very much, I think, in the champion pool of Glada, from what I remember, it's kind of along that. That being said, Tristana was banned out in game 1. It's now open. Literal Monkeys will R1 this pick here is an answer to the Jinx.
Yeah, so that is one of the like 2 counter picks into Jinx. It's either like Tristana or Twitch because she can't really outduel them. Tristana's gonna throw the E on you, W onto you, and then once it's popped, it's gonna be like half your health or all of it, and then W back out, and you're not able to get the proper trade pattern. But now a Pantheon lock-in is definitely spicy. I'm curious if this is gonna be like jungle or support. Really curious to see where Monkeys decides to put this one.
I hope it's support, because that's just a fun bot lane. Is generally very strong, a lot of potential to whoever walks within range of the Pantheon just gets deleted. And so I'd hope to see that support. Meanwhile, Maokai, the response for Conduit Esports, does allow for some flexibility there as well. So I do like this as a choice for them.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you put the Pantheon bottom lane, it makes it very hard for whatever Conduit picks to play the lane at all, just because of how much damage comes out from that 2v2 in the bottom lane. So I do think the Maokai can be good as the support champion, just because it can play very well against the Tristana. But it's also, if you W onto Tristana and she W's out, you're going way farther than you expected to be. It's like similar to the Vi. If you ult somebody, you can go to them. You might not end up at the destination that you want to be in, though, at the end of it. But Victor picked here for Derision. I know it's a champion that he does play a lot in solo queue, but an ASOL lock-in here for the mid lane for Literal Monkeys. That's definitely another spicy pick we got going on here.
Yeah, Aurelion Sol, not a champion I've seen in a hot minute. Definitely does have the potential that if this game does go on, can do some pretty crazy damage still, and also be somewhat safe about it too.
Yeah, I mean, I know the ASOL nerfs have been very impactful to him. Once they change that you get less stacks on your E and more on your Q, it can make it a little bit more difficult to farm considering you can't Q tap anymore. You kind of have to do a longer channel, which can put you in more vulnerable positions. But if this ASOL does get to be involved in the game and scale up into the game, he can still be that old ASOL that we remember, like once he came out after like the buffs from the rework, can still be that threat, still be that late game factor. So really curious to see if TDK is going to be able to make that one work. But now we're seeing the Gasante banned away again from CZI, and then 2 support bans. So Conduit saying this Pantheon is going to be forced into support. We're not going to let you pick a different support to go with Tristana. So I like that idea, but then classically Lulu banned away. You don't want a Jinx Lulu pairing. It's always really hard to deal with. But then Silas lock? Is this going to be a Silas top lane? Is it Pantheon top lane, Silas jungle? I'm really curious to see where Monkeys is going with this draft right now.
I think Pantheon would have to be supported and probably Silas top, at least at this point. I mean, maybe Ace. So, I mean, we'll have to wait and see, but Darius is still available. So that will be the choice for Conduit Esports alongside, without the Lulu, they're having the Janna. It does definitely slow down this advance that Little Monkeys does have. That's bait. There's no way. But I wouldn't mind the Janna too much. But it is the Tom Kinch. It's the choice for Conduit Esports.
Yeah, I think those hovers were a little bit of shout out to me. Me and Ipsy know each other from just playing Comp a lot and playing with Conduit. So he knows my Janna. I played Neela with him one time in a ranked flex game, and I kind of ran it down. So I think a little bit of nod to me over there. But I don't know who's top lane here for Conduit. I don't know if it is Darius or if it is Maokai. I could see it being Maokai top with the Darius jungle with how strong Darius jungle is right now. But the Rel locked in means it is Pantheon jungle and it is a Silas top here. So definitely a lot of aggression coming out from the side of Literal Monkeys with this draft. But I do think that TK pick by the side of Conduit is super good to be able to keep this Victor or this Jinx alive with whoever gets engaged on. So I do like how Conduit rounded out this draft, but I do like how Monkeys ended up rounding out their draft as well. I'm just have a little bit more question marks around the top side of the map, because if Pantheon and Silas get put behind, it can be really hard to come back in this game.
Yeah, and also with the TK pick, as soon as he hits level 6, it becomes just that much harder to play out this game for Literal Monkeys. I think it's a little bit too difficult for their composition to move on to multiple targets, and if either the Victor and Jinx are relevant at all in this game, it becomes almost untenable for Literal Monkeys to play this out. However, they do have that explosiveness about them to be able to at least get themselves ahead and maybe put either one of these two into irrelevancy in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, Monkeys is going to have to play for that early game with the draft that they do have here, while Conduit is going to look to scale up a little bit more with the Victor and the Jinx. They do have that power of the Darius in the early game, but Darius, he can scale a little bit better in the jungle just because of the items you build. If a Darius gets fed, it's really hard to take them down at all, so Monkeys is going to have to play hyper aggressive in this early game and get off to a good start and then have that ASOL carry them in the late game, while Conduit's going to look for the Darius carry and then the Jinx Victor for the late game. So it's going to be a really interesting way that this game plays out with these two drafts. But with that, we're going to head to a short break as the teams finish up incline draft and we wait for spectator delay. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. And welcome back for game number 2 between Conduit and Literal Monkeys. Conduit going to be on the blue side, Monkeys going to be on the red side. And a quick shout out to ProComps, our sponsor and game changer app for the league community. This isn't just like the other tools, it's your personal draft coach, perfect for both teams and solo players. In fact, you can pair it with any other app you use. With ProComps, you'll receive real-time drafting advice with tailored champion picks and ban recommendations. It stands out with features such as the ability to generate champion pools in seconds that you can share with friends, a post-draft guide to attack the game. You can generate champ pools based on your preferences. Coaches and analysts can even create personalized tier lists. Think of it as having a virtual draft coach and strategy toolkit all in one. The app has already over 280,000 downloads and thousands of daily users like you. ProComps is user-friendly and totally free. It's a no-brainer to at least give it a go. Download ProComps now and you'll experience a whole new level of drafting power in your league games. Go to procomps.gg, download it from Overwolf, or click the link in our bio. Again, that is ProComps, the sponsor for Blue Otter Premier League.
And I wonder what it would have to say about the option of moving Darius top out instead of jungle. As we've seen a lot of popularity recently. Panay going to be on the Maokai this game, not the Darius. Just as a interesting point there, I don't know.
Yeah, no, I do have to agree with you. I was definitely expecting the Darius to be in the jungle and not in the top lane, but I guess it does make more sense. I feel like Maokai top into Sylas would be much worse than Darius top into Sylas, so I think I do like that decision made by Conduit there to put the Darius top and just give him that 1v1 pressure that Darius does love to have.
Yeah, and hold on. It's going to be level 2 advantage early for Little Monkey's bot lane. Not quite going to fully commit to that. But yeah, the Darius into the Sylas definitely seems a bit... definitely seems to be more favored towards Darius than Maokai would. So it is understandable in that regard, and plus being able to just throw saplings everywhere. Maokai is never to be underrated, I think.
Yeah, I do think the vision advantage that you get from Maokai is super good. I'm really curious to see if Pine is going to be doing like that Leandry's build into more tanky, or if he's just going to go full tank from the start of the game. But now
Poppy Fox is here though, and is level 3. Derizen flashing away. Poppy Fox is patient, waits for the flash counter. Derizen is low, but Panay is here. Can they counter on the Maokai? TDK going to have to flash away. And Poppy Fox also going to take him quite low, but no kills go either way. Poppy Fox gets Derizen scarily low on the non-empowered Q throw there. So still no kills either way.
Yeah, and I mean, Derizen played that gank out super well. He does the early flash against the gravity field down. He forces Poppy Fox to flash, and then Pine quickly there to assist his mid laner, making sure he's able to get out of that play, and even burns the flash out of TDK on the back end of it. So nice little 2v2 skirmish out of both teams there, and Derizen, like you said, scarily low from that empowered Q out of Poppy Fox, almost picking up the first blood there, but Derizen able to get the recall and TP back into lane, and just back to farming up in the mid lane.
I will say that little extra time taken out by Poppy Fox to try to find the kill onto Derizen does give him more time. Hold on, we're going to have an all-in attempt here onto Glada, taking low, taken down in the 2v2. Cool Pro Ninja picking up that kill.
Yeah, really nice flash done there out of Evil Gumi to catch Glada unaware and able to just do that. That's the power of this 2v2 that you have on the side of Literal Monkeys. As soon as the stun was in, Cool Pro Ninja throws down the E, immediately rocket jumps on top of Glada, and because of that movement speed, Glada just not able to walk out of it. Even saw he can't do anything in exchange like that against Cool Pro Ninja, who does get
Crash down will land onto Yipsy, though. Cool Pro Ninja apparently doesn't have the rocket jump to fully commit to that, but either way, it does take Yipsy down just a little bit more, making any sort of attempt at a counter back in the 2v2 there basically impossible.
Yeah, I mean, really well played by the Little Monkeys bottom lane so far. Glada just going to have to play a little bit safer now. He's got no barrier. He still does have that flash, but with Evil Gumi having no flash, you're able to play in the lane a little further up. You know where he's most likely going to be hex flashing from most of the times. So you can, try to get that farm, but if they get the jump on you again, GLaDOS just going to die again. It's going to become really hard for him to play the game at all if that does happen. Now the Risen could be in a little bit of trouble. We see Poppy Fox hanging around here. We know he does not have flash, and GLaDOS doesn't have flash either. Evil Gumi walking over, but will be spotted by that
He's
control ward.
also here, though, to at least try to slow this down. Gravity Field will be used early, though, so can't really slow this down. Derizen will be stunned up by Poppy Fox. It's been a bit too far. Traded 1-for-1. Now the back end. TDK taken low, but not quite down. Yipsy still relatively healthy. So it's a 1-for-1 for now.
Yeah.
We're not over... hold on. No, okay, yeah.
I thought the Risen was actually going to be able to walk that one out, but maybe stopping to get the E for the little bit of extra damage is what actually ends up costing him his life there. But regardless, really well played by the Risen in that 2v3, and what kind of was a 1v3 to start. Yipsy almost picking up the kill on the TDK backside.
Is here, but the flash will dodge the crash down from Evil Goovy, but will it matter? Panay will be killed trying to get that kill, and it will be the Feats of Warfare going over to the side of the Literal Monkey. Feat of Warfare to the Literal Monkeys.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit too aggressive there out of Pina. He doesn't really have the damage because he isn't going that AP build. He has no Faded Ashes or anything like that. He's just on that, man, I wish I remember the name of that item. I think it's like Legion something, but regardless, still a little too aggressive. CZI going to have to back up in the top lane there. Nice ward in that Pixel Bush, able to see the rotate out of the support and jungle for Literal Monkeys. But in the meantime, because Evil Gumi has him in bottom lane, GLaDOS is able to be even on farm now, and that's kind of what he's happy to be doing right now after going down to that early first blood. Is get a little bit of lag there, but regardless, Grub started up by the side of Literal Monkeys.
Yeah, I don't really think there's much that can be done to contest this at all, especially with Panay in the bottom half of the map. At the very least, the Drake is still alive, but not much can really be done to start this up. GLaDOS going to be getting the full pop on the Tristana E as he jumps. He rocket jumped into the into the E there from GLaDOS. Now Cool Pro Ninja will pop the bear to keep himself alive, and that final auto attack from GLaDOS is enough to get the kill onto Cool Pro Ninja. It was a very, very audacious attempt there from Cool Pro Ninja to find a good chunk out of GLaDOS, and meanwhile, Ice will have to flash away from CZI on those fully stacked up from the bleed there.
Yeah, and that is not what you want to have happen in this top lane if you are DOV Ice, because now CZI has both his combat summoners. He's got the Ghost and he's got the Flash, so if he ever gets on top of him, it should just be a 1v1 kill. But now the Dragon contest is coming out.
Yeah, the crash down does fall, and the Grand Starfall comes down. Pine taken low. He's only about a 5th health left, but from downtown, GLaDOS will find the kill from the Super Mega Death Rocket, but it is countered on the other side. It will be the Literal Monkeys picking up that trade as Cool Pro Ninja's back in this fight. Poppy Fox reducing the damage there on the E, and Yipsy can't find the stun onto Poppy Fox. This will be yet another kill going over to the side of the Literal Monkeys, and a triple kill for Cool Pro Ninja. But it's not over just yet in this fight. CZI is doing really well for himself in this top lane, and that's a kill for CZI into DOV Ice.
Yeah, and you don't want those kills going over to Cool Pro Ninja, because now GLaDOS really just does not get to play the game, because if Cool Pro Ninja ever jumps on top of him, like I was saying before, it's just going to be a free kill for this Tristana. But DOV Ice even tried to burn the TP to get out of that play, which is really questionable, knowing that he's Darius still had that apprehend, he had that E to be able to pull him out of it, and then just able to walk him down with the Ghost, able to pick up the kill, not even using the Flash to get on top of him. So CZI, he's up 1 kill in this top lane. The rest of his team is, down a little bit, but if this Darius does get ahead and get out of hand, it's going to be really hard for Literal Monkeys to deal with him, and they're going to have to kite him out perfectly, and they do have the team comp to be able to do so. So really curious to see how Conduit decides to attack the rest of this game and make the turnaround. Ipsy with a nice Q there is able to get a walk.
The flash forward from Evil Gumi does come down. Cool Pro Ninja should still have the rocket jump available. Will dodge out the Abyssal dive, but the first kill does go over to the side of Conduit East, so it's Poppy Fox does drop the Grand Starfall. Trade that one back, but really well played by the bot lane of Conduit Esports, all things considered.
Yeah, and that was a nice ultimate there out of Poppy Fox. Meant that Glada couldn't walk forward to be able to try to get that kill onto Cool Pro Ninja. Ipsy does end up going down in the end, but it's a 1-for-1 trade that you're happy with because Glad is able to pick up another kill here for himself. He's still up in that CS department. He's just down the 1 kill to Cool Pro Ninja, but it would have been nice if he was able to get that shutdown there. But now, even with that, Poppy Fox is sitting on 4 kills now. So this Pantheon that needed to get ahead has done that, and now Derision's in trouble in the mid lane.
Yeah, the Hex Flash comes through, and there's not much where you could go onto Derision. Does a lot of work onto TDK, which gives time for Panay to try to find the kill. Panay picking that one up, and with the back end means that with Poppy Fox and Evil Goomy here, it's a disadvantage for numbers. Yips using an Abyssal Dive will found the lock up the flash forward from Poppy Fox lands the kill, despite the Devour, which is low. Does get the Eclipse Shield and does get out. Absolute Dive coming through, not finding the knockup onto either. Yipsy getting the stun onto Evil Goomy, but it's still not enough to find any kills on the back end.
Yeah, and I mean, what looked like it was going pretty good so far for the side of Conduit was quickly turned around. Poppy Fox was there, get another kill for himself. Derision did the best he could to turn that play around, but the issue with the CC that Literal Monkeys does have is it feels like once you get caught by one of the abilities, you're just going to be CC'd forever, not be able to do much. It's what happened to Pine there. Ipsy maybe could have used the Devour onto his jungler to save him, but used it aggressively onto Poppy Fox. So Pina does go down, not even able to pick up a counter there. But Evil Goomy this game has been all over this map so far in this early game, making plays everywhere for his team.
Has been involved in 8 of 10 kills. CZI is in a 2v1 here, has a lot of trouble being able to go anywhere. Does still have the flash available, no ghost. And it will be the side of Little Monkeys peeling away from this as the grubs are up and available for the taking.
Yeah, and this would give them that feats of warfare already in this game, and it's pretty easy for them to do it because they have TDK, but they're only going to pick up 1 and start to walk out with the rotations coming over from Conduit.
Gravity Field won't do too much there, but it is enough to zone out the rest of the Literal Monkeys, so they're not quite going to be able to pick up the feats of strength going their way just yet, but they are still only 1 objective away, and we do have the Drake coming up in the next 50 seconds, and with how much pressure the Literal Monkeys bot lane is able to apply with how much strength they have, 4-0-1 Tristana on the Collector. Glada here does mean that they should have at least a slight positioning advantage coming into this one, should it come to it.
Yeah, Glada has to be really careful walking up here. They don't know that Evil Goomy... They have an idea that he's in the bush, but it's not confirmed.
They know now.
Ward from Ipsy goes down, but like you said, we're probably going to get a contested fight here over this dragon. But the big thing is that CZI is walking top right now. He doesn't have TP. He went for that Ghost Flash, and DOV Ice still doesn't have the TP himself. If Little Monkeys chooses to stall it, they can wait for that TP to come up from their Silas and be able to impact it in a 4v5 fight. But that would also just leave Darius up in the top lane, able to free hit onto the turret, which could be a scary prospect as well.
Drake is up now. It doesn't look like it's been started just yet, as it's the Scuttle Crab going to be picked up by the side of Little Monkeys. Poppy Fox getting just a little bit more vision for the red side here, but that does push out with the help of Pinay this wave towards the side of the red tier 1 tower, giving a little bit of positioning over to the side of Conduit Esports. For now, we do see that CZI is starting to head over here. DOV Ice Teleport is back up, though, so that will be something to consider. Let's give some time in this top lane to himself. For now, it's a bit tentative between these two teams, but now Conduit Esports fully moving into the middle of this. Oh, that is a great flash of Evil Goomy, and that is the Magnet Storm something up too, but it's a little bit too little. Pro Ninja going to be able to hop away on the kill on the reset of the wait, CZI gets to go on TDK, but Pro Ninja is still out of it for now. Poppy Fox says he get the kill on CZI. No, he does not. Shut down for CZI. He's low, and with numbers advantage and these health bars, there's probably very little that DOV Ice and Cool Pro Ninja can do, but they've taken Glada low and taken Glada down. That does mean that Cool Pro Ninja can get away. DOV Ice heals back up on the W, still moving out. The smite will be used to slow down DOV Ice. Yipsy getting that kill. Well, will make sure that it goes the way of Conduit Esports, and that Literal Monkeys will not be able to secure the feats of strength just yet, unless Evil Gumi can do something incredible here on a single crash down. But the slight reset from the Drake may be enough. That will be Conduit Esports picking up the kill, but that's stalled out just enough time for Poppy Fox to arrive and get the kill there on the back end.
And that was a scary dragon take. There was no smite there for the side of Conduit because PNA used it to be able to get the kill onto DOV Ice. If Poppy Fox was just in range a little bit faster, he would have been able to steal that one away. Yipsy was actually the one to get that final hit onto the dragon. But in the meantime, in that fight, we saw that they got the engage onto the Risen, but a nice devour out of Ipsy, saving his mid laner and able to get hit enough damage out to turn the fight around. And in the meantime, CZI was up on that top side of that fight, absolutely smurfing on the mid and jungle for the side of Literal Monkeys, picked up both of them by himself. We saw him with a nice flash behind the Pantheon shield to get the increased damage when he did use that ultimate, so really well played by him. But now in the mid lane, Glad and Ipsy don't know that Poppy Fox is here, but with Evil Gumi having no flash, they could be a little bit safe. They could be okay unless he's going to Hex Flash in the middle of the lane, which I don't expect, so it will just clear out this wave with no repercussions.
Yeah, Poppy Fox moves away, moves to clear that Scuttle Crab. Does slow things down a little bit here, but the Rift Herald is alive with Poppy Fox in the area, but CZI also in the top lane. No flash, no ghost this time though, so not quite going to have that as much closing speed to really do the damage that he was able to do in that last fight. Should it come to it, PNA will use the ult to try to find their way in onto the enemy jungler. Poppy Fox going to have to flash away, taken down very low, but not quite just yet. But from downtown Glada, the fadeaway with the super mega death rocket, and now Evil Gumi is next on the list. The Abyssal dive from Yipsy. Looking forward to trying to find Evil Gumi a little bit more, and there's the kill. But now Cool Pro Ninja does at least get one kill in return, but it is 2 for 1 over to the side of Conduit Esports, and no jungler, importantly, with the Rift Herald up and being one objective away from the feats of strength. But now it's going to be DOV Ice in a bit of trouble now, going to steal the Devour, but won't be able to use it. Cool Pro Ninja now will be marked. The barrier doesn't keep him alive, not long enough, and that's going to be the shutdown for Glada.
And Glada is online on this Jinx now. He's on the Utals. He is stacking up. He's picked up 5 kills for himself now. And Evil Gumi, you just got to take that super mega death rocket. It's not going to kill you. It's going to save your jungler. And because of that, Conduit able to turn that whole fight around. DOV Ice trying to get a little bit aggressive, was trying to pick off Glada, but Glada positioned really well into the red buff pit. And DOV Ice ends up getting punished for it at the end of the day. Really well played by Conduit to make that all that passage play happen. And really the only loss, I think it was just the Risen in that passage of play. So a win for them. No one picked up the Herald yet, so you can still play for that neutral objective feat, and it looks like nobody is targeting the Herald right now as waves are just being pushed out, and everybody's looking to just get some gold and look for this next fight once ultimates and summoner spells are back off the cooldown.
Yeah, and as you said, importantly with that, the feats of strength are still on the table for Conduit Esports, stalling this out a little bit longer.
Wait, no. First turret went down. Monkeys has it.
Oh, wait, did Monkeys get the first tower?
Yeah, they got the bot lane turret, I just realized.
Okay.
But now Coolport, never mind, Coolport Ninja was in a lot of trouble there.
Yeah, Glada doing a lot of damage now, sitting on those 5 kills. That being said, TDK with the burn on the Leandri's Torment, or actually, forget it's not Torment anymore, but whatever the Leandri's item is called these days.
Anguish.
Anguish. I mean, Torment, it's the same word.
They're just synonyms.
Basically. But either way, the burn is still enough to get that kill onto Derisen. Get another kill, under the belt of TDK. Get him that extra scaling. It's nice to see that going onto the Aurelion Soul.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, not TDK. Derisen is having a rough game here. He's 2-6. He's been the focus of a lot of aggression out of the side of Literal Monkeys. He is getting significant amount of damage in the team fight, but it doesn't matter really. Like, it helps Glada clean up, but it's not helping him be effective in this game, he's going to have to start being more respectful to the plays that Literal Monkeys can be making. But regardless of that, this mid lane turret is super low here for the side of Literal Monkeys. Gladys should just be able to walk up and take it with a Q rocket or two. But regardless, still goes down. And now the big thing is this next dragon, it's on the Rift now, and it's going to be fought over by these teams. DOV Ice is in the top lane. He does have TP, and CZI's up there, but with no TP to be able to respond if DOV Ice looks at TP in.
DOV Ice does TP in. It will have to be one in which Conduit Esports is fully committed to, but I think Conduit does have a lot of tools to not really have to commit everything to a fight, and they could be patient with this given their composition, which does allow a little bit more time for CZI to move towards the bottom lane. TP from Ice does come through. Glada gets the first kill. He gets excited. The resets coming through. The Grand Starfall, though, does a lot of damage. DOV Ice trying to get in there, tries to find the damage needed onto Glada for the kill. Super Mega Death Rocket does a lot of damage, but doesn't quite find its way onto the recalling Evil Gumi there. But with how little health is left for the Literal Monkeys, they'll have to back out of this, and will be the second Drake going to Conduit Esports.
Yeah, and, you know, despite how close that fight was, it is just a one kill picked up here for Conduit. They got the kill onto Poppy Fox and able to get the dragon for themselves. CZI was actually the first one to rotate.
Oh, wait. Cool Pro Ninja will rocket jump in and find his way onto the shutdown of Glada, but there's nowhere to go for Cool Pro Ninja, so it gets immediately returned by Panay.
Yep, maybe a little bit of a disrespectful recall there out of Glada, but regardless, that's just going to be Otacon started here for the side of Conduit Esports. They don't care about this, but pings are coming down. They don't know that they are on a ward right now. They have no idea, and the side of Literal Monkeys is running down here.
Poppy Fox should have the Grand Starfall. It comes through. The smite comes through. That will be the Ruinous Otacon claim. The flash forward, but the flash away from Derizen is perfect to prevent this from coming through. But the Roses are still alive, and the health bars are low. Super Mega Death Rocket goes wide. Poppy Fox goes down to start this one out, but CCI is immediately countered. Panay has to hightail it out of there. Use the ultimate to keep himself alive a little bit longer, but shutdown will be claimed up by DOV Ice, but immediately, once again, returned back and forth in this fight. 2 for 2. Derizen is low. Evil Gumi will try to push forward and try to get the kill over, but Glada is here now to turn this one around. Abyssal Dive not going to hit anyone. DOV Ice will have the counter flash from Yipsy to get the kill onto enemy top laner. 3 for 3 across the board. I don't know if we're over just yet. Kupro Ninja and Evil Gumi are here. Just the bot lanes of these two teams alive. That is a rough crash down, and the Hex Flash will be used away by Evil Gumi to hightail it out of here as Glada is still full health.
What a chaotic passage of play that just happened there. I mean, regardless, Conduit still picked it up. I don't know how many blood flowers they actually, or blood petals they were actually able to pick up there, but oh gosh, Glada could be in trouble now.
Oh, Evil Gumi is still here. We'll try to remount, try to find the stun and the flip onto Glada, but it's not going to be enough. Bit of a too far away. No wave now. Glada will get the kill. Does use the get excited to be able to get that move speed to dodge out on the crash down there, and it's very close, but no more Super Mega Death Rocket available for Glada. Buster shots, doing a lot of damage, and now Glada goes forward with the shield from the Devourer. Won't quite find the slow on's Evil Gumi. It's very sensitive.
These guys fighting top lane.
Wait, oh yeah, CZI is fighting in 2v1. Will he be able to find a return? No, he does not. DOV Ice picking up his third kill after what was a relatively rough start. Is starting to turn this one around, and I think comparatively, Silas does scale a bit better than Darius, so he's feeling all right getting these kills under his belt.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, I don't think we were done fighting yet. That was a crazy passage of play.
DOV Ice will find the knockup onto Yipsy, but Yipsy's still a very tanky target. Maybe not the one you want to go on to start this out, as Glada is here now, as a lot of the cooldowns were committed onto the Tom Kench, and now Glada's excited. DOV Ice has nowhere to go, snared up, double kill for Panay. 2 members down on the side of Literal Monkeys with the Rift Herald up, and free hitting available for Glada, who is just, I mean, I don't think Yipsy is exactly the target you want to commit all of your cooldowns onto, and since Glada arrived, 649
Oh my
on
God,
this Jinx, and that is a great abyssal dive from Yipsy. Great prediction. Evil Gumi will be able to get out, slowed up by the Jinx W. There's nowhere to go for for this Rel. Evil Gumi, I'm going to have to assume, eventually goes down, at least at this point. Is the stream frozen for you too, Chong, or is it just me?
Yeah, I have no idea what's going on here, but go ahead and take a break. These teams have not given you a break from talking here. I mean, that started with the fight at Dragon. That was a 1-for-0 for the side of Conduit, which turned into an Otacon take, which they were able to get up. And then Literal Monkeys decided to turn that fight and try to keep going, which just created a crazy passage of play that just continued to happen. We had some more fighting in the bot lane. Glad was able to get the turret there. They tried to get the kills in the bot lane, and they were able to pick those two up. But then right after we saw the passage in bot lane, CZI's fighting 2v1 top lane. He goes down, which turns into a pick that they tried to get onto Ipsy, which was immediately turned around again by the side of Conduit. Picked up 2 kills. They get the Rift Herald, and then I assume that they did get the kill onto the Rel. I'm not sure what happened. Hopefully I can see what our producer is saying. I'm not sure what happened there, but...
Yeah.
What a crazy, 10 minutes of play we just had, back to back to back to back to back to back to back.
Yeah, it's a classic thing that happens typically in...
Right.
Okay.
All right, we are back. We're just giving it a couple of seconds to make sure there's no riot bugs with spectating games, but we do have confirmation we will be coming back into game in a little bit, but I think Conduit has been coming out on top on a lot of these plays, specifically Glada, Pine, and Ipsy.
Yeah.
Funny enough, going with that Grasp Heartsteel build, he's been getting super tanky in this game, and it makes it really hard for the side of Monkeys to be able to pick up kills on him when they think they have.
There we go again. Oh,
yeah, there's a dragon.
We move a little bit forward in time, so we have a potential soul point coming through. Panay will go over the wall with a twisted advance. We'll have to flash away, taking a lot of damage there to start this one out. Does still have that ultimate. No, he does not have his ultimate available, so Panay will pretty much be useless in this one, I think. So essentially 5v4 or 5v3, because there is no teleport is far away. Is there enough for Conduit to walk into here? It's going to be tried turned around by Literal Monkeys. Panay will advance forward, shut down, will be picked up by TK. Importantly, onto Glada. Glada is down, and that will be the Drake as well. Evil Gumi going in will be claimed, and Derizen is still alive in the 3v4. Can Derizen do it? Another kill, double kill will come through on the CCI, but he's down, and gives a reset for Cool Pro Ninja, who goes forward onto Derizen, which means that Yipsy is the only one left alive. Any sort of damage in this fight is completely gone. It will be the ace for Literal Monkeys.
Yeah, and I mean, that started with Pine thinking they had a pick onto Evil Gumi, but Evil Gumi with a nice crash down over the wall separated Pine from his whole team, and not having ultimate at the start of the fight, Pine immediately has to flash out once the CC is gone, and he, like you said, was basically useless in the team fight because of that. And then as the dragon was going down, they were trying to position to get a smite steal forward, but Glada takes a little bit of a step too far forward and is immediately flashed on by Poppy Fox and Evil Gumi to be able to pick that kill up. CZI did get a lot of damage out on that fight. They tried their best to turn it around, but picking up 2 kills, he did get burned down by TDK in the end. And Cool Pro Ninja, just the benefactor of the chaos, was just able to clean that up and pick up a triple kill for himself, now sitting at 11-3 on this Tristana.
Yeah, Tristana, when allowed to find singular targets to just hop around a fight and that, is devastating just generally, and got a good example of that there, but I don't know if we're even going to have too much of a break here. Panay and Evil Gumi immediately duking it out, and that's a big chunk of damage from Cool Pro Ninja onto Ipsy.
Ipsy will regen most of that just because the Tomcat Gray health, you do get to regen all that back if you're not taking damage for a little bit. So, still topped up pretty well. He did take a quarter of his HP there, but this is Baron positioning by the side of Literal Monkeys, and now Derizen's in trouble in this top lane.
Yeah, Derizen does at the very least have a tower. Evil Gumi will run into Panay as well, but Cool Pro Ninja using the rock jump to get over does get the kill onto the enemy mid lane, and Derizen going down. Now Evil Gumi will use the Magnet Storm to slow up the Spider live long and give him time for a steam. He'll go down, and there's not much the rest of the side of Literal Monkeys can do, and that will actually be Poppy Fox snared up, Who will be the sacrificial lamb? Maybe Kupo Ninja and DOB Ice are still in the area. Kupo Ninja going to the back line will be killed before he can take down Glada. And Glada, oh no, Glada.
When we auto the Baron.
He autoed the Baron. That's rough. That was a case of trying to get away. You click on the Baron, which slowed down his escape. So as a result, Glada won't be able to get away. But still, overall, a really good fight from Conduit.
Yeah, and I mean, Literal Monkeys just keep forcing everything onto Derizen. He's 2-10 now. How much farther down do you want to put this Victor? Because the rest of his team is scaling up significantly well and still being impactful in this game. I mean, after the clean and dominant game we saw out of Conduit in that first game, Literal Monkeys just drafted pure chaos and is forcing Conduit to play their game. And I mean, this game is much more even than I think a lot of people expected it after that first one. So Monkeys really playing this style well, just pure chaos. We're going to fight every 2 seconds. We're going to make sure Isaac can never take a break from speaking. And I mean, it's entertaining to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, we're at over 50 kills in 30 minutes. It's non-stop, and it's the fact that 30 minutes in, it's still only a 3k gold advantage to Conduit Esports. That's really not much to speak of at this point. It is something. It's not insignificant, but it's not it's not a canyon that has to be crossed for the Literal Monkeys. The fact that neither of these sides really are breaking clean away from each other is it's I don't have the words to describe it, honestly.
I mean, hey, this is League of Legends that people love to watch because it's just fighting all the time. It's chaos and it's fun, but as a caster, it makes it very hard to ever get your point in or, you know, take a break from speaking when you do this. What the heck happened?
Wait, Glada gets the kill onto Cool Pro Ninja in the mid lane? I saw Glada, I'm going to assume it was a buster shot being used away by Cool Pro Ninja trying to get the burst damage there, but we're not over just yet. Before I described that for you, DOV Ice is taking low, but Glada might be in a bit of trouble. Poppy Fox not going to get snared up by the chompers, and Glada is still alive as the flash comes through, but Glada is still importantly low. DOV is high and is within range of the Pantheon W, but the return kill does come down now. Going to be Yipsy getting the kill onto Poppy Fox, and now Evil Gumi dismounted, disjointed, will be killed, and yet another fight will go the way of Conduit Esports.
Yeah, and Glada played that the best he could, honestly. He put the Flame Chompers down. Once Poppy Fox landed, Poppy Fox immediately flashes. Glada flashes in response. But then the issue was DOV Ice had stolen that Maokai ult, so immediately pops and gets over the wall. And in the meantime, Poppy Fox was walking towards Glada that whole time, so was able to just cut him off in the mid lane, but it was turned around so well by the rest of Conduit, able to pick this up. And like I said, they've been putting Derizen behind, but Victor still does damage even when put behind because he does the burn build, so he's doing percentile health damage. So yeah, he might be weak, but his items are strong when you're ahead and you have built-in health. So Derizen picks up a kill for himself, is, you know, still significantly weak in this game, but still able to contribute to these team fights. And Pina and Ipsy are kind of the two people you don't want to fight because it feels like you can never kill them. These guys are massive meatballs that are just going to still out-trade you even if you are a Pantheon or a Sylas.
Yeah, Pantheon and Sylas at this point aren't going to be doing any damage to these two tanks on the side of Conduit Esports. It does make their task of finding Jinx just that much more difficult. And also Derizen, it isn't necessarily a slouch in terms of damage himself, so can't write off this Victor completely. It's a little bit difficult from the side of Literal Monkeys, especially because they really struggle. Their composition really struggles finding any more than one singular target at a time.
Yeah, unless they're getting a huge multi-man target from Evil Gumi followed up by that Grand Starfall from TDK, it is just single target CC out of the side. But they have a vision around this Baron. TDK is taking a recall. They're looking to try to get a pick before they do anything. But that means they're just dropping moves, they're dropping CS. CZI could be the one in trouble now as they're looking up top for him.
DOB Ice, can he land the abduct? CZI will have to flash away, but that doesn't get him out of range. CZI going low, CZI going down now. 5v4 over to the way of Conduit Esports, but the rest of Conduit is here. Grand Starfall will drop, not do a lot of damage. Now the back end for the side of Literal Monkeys does really well. Another kill for TDK comes through. Second double kill for TDK. And that's important. They're going to be Glotta down. Drizzen as well going to be claimed. And that's an ace for not for Conduit, for Literal Monkeys.
Yeah, and I think it really started with, I think CZI chose suboptimal pathing. I think he should have tried to gone to his turret instead of running up further into the lane, which ended up costing him his life, and he got so separated from the team. They tried to get up there to reinforce him, but that grand starfall by TDK zoned out Ipsy, Glada, and Drizzen, so Pina was the only one who got in there. And then Glada was free hitting for a bit there, but it was quickly turned around by the rest of the side of Literal Monkeys, specifically TDK. And what could have been a good fight for Conduit was stopped by this team fight power that can work if Literal Monkeys gets it on their terms, and they're able to pick up the Baron for this. They're able to break 2 mid lane turrets, not able to get the inhibitor yet, but maybe with their next push, they can start getting more of these turrets and start getting further into the base and side of Conduit here.
Yeah, and they're going to also clean out the jungle of Conduit Esports, just making sure that they don't get any extra income under their belts, and they've flipped around this gold advantage once again. It's now to the side of Literal Monkeys, but at this point, 35 and a half minutes in, 1k gold it's not much. It's may as well be level at this point, effectively.
Yeah, this game can still go either way. One good team fight can win it for either team. And I think we're going to be getting that team fight in about 2 minutes' time when that dragon does spawn onto the rift, because that would be Cloud Soul for the side of Conduit. But they could also choose to give it one up, let it go another 5 minutes, let the 7th dragon of the game spawn, and then fight for that one when it is soul for either team. But, I mean, we've been seeing how good Conduit's team fight can be, but we just saw in that last one, Literal Monkeys, they're not slouches in team fights either. They're able to make this happen with the chaos that is created by their comp. CZI, oh no man, just give up the turret. Don't die for it. Just walk away. And he's gonna do the smart play and do so, but Conduit doesn't want to give this one up. They're all rotating over for this play. Except for Drizzen.
The only thing on the map that's going to be Poppy Fox using the Grand Starfall. Try to find a way in on CFC and Panay, which is an odd choice. I think, or what did I see? My eyes must be deceiving me. I saw some odd way. Oh, hold on, Poppy Fox going to flash away. Now the Abyssal Dive will try to follow up onto Poppy Fox. That's going to be the slow from the tongue lash. Poppy Fox taken down. Devour going to be used onto the Pantheon. TP from DOV Ice came through to try to help, but he realized it was too little too late. However, that's a lot committed to the top side of the map. We do have the next Drake coming up in 25 seconds. It is enough time for Conduit Esports to start to move over to it, though.
Yeah, and that should just be a free dragon for them because there is no smite. And never mind, CZI wants to fight DOV Ice before this dragon even spawns.
Yeah, and Stride Breaker will be used to slow down DOV Ice, taking him full stacks there on the bleed. That does delay time a little bit longer, gives Poppy Fox another 20 seconds till he comes back up. That will be CZI getting killed to DOV Ice, though. And so even if Poppy Fox does come back, it will be a numbers advantage. And there's the Maokai ult going forward to try to fin anything further, but that's a lot of damage coming back in return. At the very least, the Honey Fruit is there to keep Panay a little bit healthy. And now CZI is here. Buster Shot will buy some distance, buy some time. TDK will get the first kill, but the back end is found by Glotta. Flash forward from Glotta. He's excited, gets yet another kill onto Cool Pro Ninja, getting a shutdown as well, especially as this Drake comes up. It will also mean that the Cloud Soul is going the way of Conduit Esports nearly 40 minutes. Oh, Poppy Fox is here and there's no smite available. It could be a potential steal for this. No, it's
Yeah, a good zone away by Drizzen and Ipsy, not even to let him go in, because if he did try to ultimate, Ipsy would have just W'd him, knocked him up, canceled that one. So really good play out of Conduit to be able to get that pick onto Poppy Fox. Yeah, they committed a lot for it, but they know, hey, if we kill this jungler, we secure Cloud Soul for ourselves. And I was saying, it feels like you can't kill Ipsy or Pine, but with the build TDK has now, he can kill them. He can shred through these tanks, so they have to be super careful when they go for the engages. We saw what happened to Pine there. He was able to heal up and get back in and be effective in the team fight, but it can still be risky whenever you look for these fights. And once again, this gold, is basically dead even.
Yeah, and we are now 39 minutes in. Still only 1K separates Literal Monkeys and Conduit Esports. But I'd say that's largely displaced by the Cloud Soul now being over to the side of Conduit Esports. Baron is coming back up in a minute now. They're already starting to position for it a bit aggressively. Now Evil Gumi will be slowed up by the Maokai sapling there. Will be okay for now. Won't find any further DOV Ice. Going to show himself. Cool Pro Ninja, Evil Gumi, and Poppy Fox all waiting in this bush, trying to find anyone from Conduit Esports walking too far forward. Not going to find anyone just yet. DOV Ice getting that Maokai ultimate in his hands for this upcoming fight in 30 seconds time.
Yeah, and I mean, it's good to have that ultimate at top of the upgraded Grand Starfall here from TDK. Got enough Stardust, so that is going to be impactful in these team fights. Yipsy stepping a little bit too far forward, but nice Blue Ward able to spot out the flank there from Literal Monkeys, but they don't know DOV Ice is on this flank, but it looks like they're just conceding the vision on the Baron side right now as CZI is pushing in this bottom wave. There's pings on it from the rotation from the side of Conduit. It looks like now pings are coming out from Literal Monkeys. It looks like they're going to be starting up the Baron as only Evil Gumi is recalling, but cancels it. So, oh man, this is going to be a team fight. It's going to be Baron.
That's going to be Baron over to the side of the Literal Monkeys, and now all 5 members of the side of Literal Monkeys have a 5v4. They'll go for it onto Pine, maybe a bit ill-advised in terms of targeting. That'll be the first kill going over the side of Cool Pro Ninja, and not much in return. CZI waiting in the wings, maybe trying to find a kill, but these health bars of the side of Literal Monkeys are just too high for him really to consider anything here, unless you can find a massive pull onto, I don't know, maybe Cool Pro Ninja, but he'd be able to hop away. It's a bit troubling here for the side of Conduit Esports. Give away that kill, and importantly, the Baron with a Elder Drake on the table in 3 minutes.
Yeah, and that's the risk of playing this Maokai right now at this point in the game, because if TDK does have that upgraded ultimate, if you go in as Pine, he's going to drop that ult behind you and zone out the rest of your team, and they're not going to be able to walk up, and that's exactly what happened in that team fight. So Pine was actually picked off in that. And Conduit, they were looking like they were going for the re-engage. They were looking like they wanted to go for that secondary fight, but choosing against it because it would have been ill-advised. They're just like, hey, let him have it. We'll take resets, and we'll get ready for this Elder Dragon fight in 2 minutes and 30 seconds time. Derizen's top lane, he does have TP. CZI going to have to stay around his team. Not having that TP at this point in the game is very impactful, so he's going to have to play close with the rest of the Conduit squad. But it looks like Monkeys are going to look for a play on this bottom turret. It's up to Conduit if they want to respond to it or just let it fall down, and it looks like they're looking for the response.
They're going to try to find it. Bot lane tier 2 will be taken. Start this one out. Not really much they can do there on the side of Conduit to stop that from falling, but rest of the Literal Monkeys aren't quite able to push forward into the inhibitor tower just yet. They will have to back away, and without really anything on the map for them, all they can do is try to gate and hold positioning for the next fight at the Elder Drake coming up in a minute and just over a minute and a half. Cool Pro Ninja in this fancy feat to dodge out any of those CC abilities there. Will stay alive, but Evil Gumi is a bit separated from his team. Cool Pro Ninja are going to have to use that rock jump to try to find a way in, and the Grand Starfall is here. The fight's coming through. Cool Pro Ninja will find a lot of damage, but no kill just yet. He'll get the kill now onto Yipsy. Evil Gumi flashes away, finally goes down, but the side of Conduit Esports are way too separated. That'll be a double kill, triple kill even for Cool Pro Ninja, with only the kill onto Evil Gumi in response, and DOV Ice all the while in the mid lane pushing in. Means that this bottom lane inhibitor will almost certainly go down, if not more.
Yeah, Monkeys are going to look to end the game here. It's going to be on CZI and Glada to make the base defense work.
CZI does flash in. Glada does get the kill onto TDK. Gets the first one now. Poppy Fox no longer has the damage reduction from the E. The second Nexus Turret will go down, but it'll be a triple kill now for Glada. And so more, or I guess only the double. Apparently CZI must have picked up one of those there. So it will stop the game from ending, but importantly, there is an open Nexus. Cool Pro Ninja will try to find Glada, who is not looking, has his focus elsewhere, probably on the Dragon Pit. I would imagine that would be Cool Pro Ninja getting the shutdown onto Glada, which will mean that the main source of damage for the side of Conduit Esports is not going to be available for a potential Elder Drake fight. However, there's still a lot of cooldown timers available for the still kill cooldowns on the side of Literal Monkeys, and so a number advantage for the side of Conduit Esports. Will try to find their way onto Evil Gumi. Cool Pro Ninja is still full health though. The Glocket will be used to try to keep him alive, and there's the kill with Evil Gumi, and now the snare into Cool Pro Ninja. Buster Shot will try to create distance, but it's not enough, as that will be the shutdown for Derizen onto Cool Pro Ninja, and that will be 2 key members from the side of the Literal Monkeys not going to be available for this Elder Drake, and it will mean
picking for the end. They're picking the end.
The teleports are coming through. They're going to try to end this one. They know they can't stop this, but there is an open Nexus. Teleports comes through. Derizen is up. DOV Ice is running straight for the base. Glada has recalled. Importantly, though, Glada has been able to recall, so this probably won't end. DOV Ice will go down now. It does stall things out for a little bit longer. Poppy Fox does have the ult available. Panay has this Elder Drake down to 2.5k, 2k. It will probably be enough to contest. Panay's here, but it's not. No, it will be Panay getting the Elder Drake, and Poppy Fox, a valiant attempt to try to steal this one away, won't quite work. Yipsy going to get the kill, and now with 3 members of the side of Literal Monkeys down, actually I'll say 2 because Cool Pro Ninja is back up in a few moments, but importantly the Elder Drake is up, and it's a 3v5 that the Literal Monkeys will have to try to find a way through. That will be the double knock-up on the Abyssal Dive, but Ipsy's on the wrong side of things. Cool Pro Ninja will get the kill into the Elder Drake, taking one of those buffs off the side of Conduit Esports, and that advance from Conduit Esports is shut down and stopped before they can try to end.
Yeah, ill-advised by Ipsy there. There was only a cannon minion, and you don't have Baron, and Acel was still alive. Oh no, Pine could be in trouble here, but is going to just be able to get out of this one. But I mean, Ipsy, really aggressive on that Abyssal Dive there. They had no minion wave. Nobody was going to be able to walk up in that play, so going down for what feels like nothing, but the big thing now is this Baron is back on the Rift. The 3rd Baron of the game. We've had 3 Barons, 8 Dragons, 3 Barons, 6 Grubs, and 1 Rift Herald. This game is going the distance.
Yeah, we're 47 minutes in, 3rd Baron still available, but importantly, the Elder Drake is up for the side of Conduit Esports for a little bit longer, so they should have an advantage if they try to force any sort of fight. So there's not a lot of Literal Monkeys can do to really get in range. Any sort of burn from that Elder Drake is going to hurt a lot, but they're not going to start up the Baron just yet. Still the 5v5. If that sort of chaos that Literal Monkeys have been really good at causing throughout this game can come through, it will be fine, but Evil Gumi will have to use the crash down. It will slow them up. Evil Gumi taken low, and now move over to the mid lane. Pinay's taken low, taken not quite down. The Devourer will keep him alive for a little bit longer, but importantly, nobody on the side of Literal Monkeys will be going down, especially as that Super Mega Death Rocket will be dodged out by all the members of Literal Monkeys. And now they're full of health. Now the Elder Drake is still up. The Grand Starfall will be used by Poppy Fox, going to be hit by the zap from Glada, going to be slowed down and taking a big chunk of health out of that Pantheon. They're going to move over to this Stray. They are going to start it. Taking it down. They burn through it very quickly at this point. Both the Tristana and the Aurelian Soul absolutely shred it. That's going to be the 3rd Baron of the game. Going over to the side of Literal Monkeys, all 3 under their belts. And that means now without the Elder Drake, it's advantage over to the side of the Literal Monkeys once again.
Yeah, I hope people didn't want to go and do anything else besides watch a maybe an hour-long banger of a game here between Conduit and Literal Monkeys. I mean, we have just been trading blow for blow this whole game, and it feels like every time one team gets a little bit of an advantage, it's quickly turned back around by the other one. Like, once again, this gold is dead even. Both teams have 90k gold. I don't remember the last time I saw this besides, like, Colossus of Titans tank era where you played like 7 tanks and took 30 turret shots and took no damage. But like, we are in this for the long haul. I think the game deciding fight is coming up really soon. It's going to be on these inhibitors. It's going to be on this open nexus once that does go down. But Pine is looking for the flank angle. The big issue is, once again, TDK has that upgraded ultimate that creates so much space for the side of Literal Monkeys. It really is a good tool at separating the divers, the Pine and Gipsy, from the rest of the team once they do go in. But Glada does so much damage at this point in the game. We've seen it in multiple fights now. If he gets to free fire, the amount of damage he's putting out with these rockets is intense. And also, Cool Pro Ninja, people are like think Tristana does fall off. Cool Pro Ninja has 21 kills. He does so much damage in this game. This game can still go either way at this point, and we're 50 minutes in, and the gold is dead even. This is actually cinema right now, Isaac.
It is balanced on a nice edge. And I think importantly with this is that the waves weren't really synced up. And even though they have the Baron, Derizen, even though he hasn't had a great game, he is key in clearing out these waves and slowing down this advance from the side of Literal Monkeys. They haven't been able to push into the base at all with this Baron. And a large part of that comes from Derizen's wave clear on this Victor, despite how this game has really gone for him. He's been a key member of keeping this one going a little bit longer, but Poppy Fox will be found by CZI, going to flash away from that. Now the twisted advance from the Maokai from Pinay is coming through. Evil Gumi taken down to half health. Poppy Fox also going low, but here comes a Grand Starfall. Separates them out, but Poppy Fox will be the first to go down, and that will be Jinx getting excited.
Yeah, but Glada lost his GA.
For now.
Glada got burned down by the ultimate from Asol and loses his GA for that fight, so Glada has to play super careful now, considering he doesn't even have a flash either. So Isaac, I heard you like team fights, because we have another Elder Dragon spawning in front.
I mean, at this point, both these teams are full kill. I know you've been mentioning the gold for a while, but I think both these teams have been full build for a while, for at such a point where gold, it doesn't even matter. Literal Monkeys could gain another 100,000 gold, and it would do nothing for them. And so we sit around. We do have another team fight coming up in the next 5 seconds, as we do have. Oh wait, Glada is going to be picked out. Not quite. The barrier is going to prevent any major sort of damage coming through, but Glada is completely chunked out there on a quarter health. And as you mentioned, with no Guardian of Angel available on Glada, he will have to fully recall to play this one safely. DOV Ice also has teleport available should they choose to use it, but it can be countered by Derizen. And it'll just be a little bit
he's TPing bot. DOV Ice
for
is already
now. Yeah,
TPing
DOV Ice will
it's
TP
3v5
bots.
right
I think that might have been a little bit premature for DOV Ice, honestly, as we're going to just kind of jostle around for positioning a little bit, which means that there will be options, a little bit more options available for Conduit in terms of map movement should they try this, but it's going to be the Elder Starter up now, and it does get burned down from the side of Literal Monkeys. Can Conduit walk into this? They move forward.
They stole it!
It's a blunder for Literal Monkeys. Can they bite this one out? CZI gets the first kill, and that'll be Derizen also getting Poppy Fox, and it's a blunder at the end, at the death for the side of Literal Monkeys. Can they keep this around a little bit longer? Cool Pro Ninja is still alive. Yeah, Glada's ending. Surely it won't matter. All he needed to stop the recall. There's the kill. There's the ace. It is at the very last moment a coin flip steal for Conduit Esports, and after 53 minutes, it will finally be the 2-0 secure from the side of Conduit in an absolute classic of a match.
And it wasn't even the junglers who got it. It was the Risen who secured the Elder Dragon for the side of Conduit Esports to win them that team fight. That was 45. Glada said, F this, I'm pushing mid lane. I'm ending the game. And his team clutches up for him, wins the team fight. They win the game. Absolute cinema from both of these teams here in our final game of the regular season.
98
23 kills out of Cool Pro Ninja. 100k damage. Oh my god, Isaac.
That is, I
And at the end of the day, all that matters is who destroys the Nexus, but still seeing 98k damage by Cool Pro Ninja's name, that is an insane number to see. I mean, if we were going to end the Blue Water Premier League regular season in a way, I mean, this is absolutely the way to do it. Yeah, this is the definition of peak League of Legends.
This is peak Emerald gameplay, ladies and gentlemen. I don't want to see anything else the rest of the season, playoffs, anything. I want to see this every single game. This was so much fun. I mean, wow. Conduit keeps the record of if you get 50 gold from the enemy Nexus, you do keep 100% win rate. So they were able to clutch up on that in the end of the game. I mean, what a series. What a game. Like, I mean, shout out Literal Monkeys. They were already eliminated from playoffs. They were just playing for pride. And I think they should be proud of this game, even if it does come in a loss, to put one of I think the number 3 team now to the wire like this. That is something to be proud of out of this team after the rough season that they had. And for the side of Conduit, I believe this locks them 3rd seed for playoffs now. So really good showing out of them. Sloppy game. Let's be so real here. Yeah. Sloppy out of both teams after the game number 1 Conduit had. Did not expect that one, but I think with that, I think we're going to be calling the stream here. I want to thank you, Isaac, for stepping in for Forrest once again while he finishes up all his other casting opportunities. I want to thank Shivam for being here as our producer once again on our cursed Sundays with all the technical issues that we get with people DCing and everything like that. I want to thank everybody for sticking around through all of that, through the banger of the games we had today. I've been Chun Salmo, joined by Isaac, Shivam on the production. This has been the final day of BOL Premier League regular season. Come back next week for the start of playoffs. We'll see you then.
I'ma fight by the team. If it comes, I'ma die with it. Casualties, casually to any adversaries. If it's necessary, I'ma go and come and ride with it. Let me welcome you to my legion. If you mess with us, we gon' put you on a t-shirt. Never take a day off, what's the leisure? Squad's always up, this teamwork, stream work. Chalo fir aa jao sare, ek mare fir ek baar ek gare. Sare mere banter bhave, registan mein bhi hum nadiyan baha de. Chalo sale de mat bahane wala tana. जब हम आ जाए सामने और करे तेरे बारे मेरे मेरी टीम मेरे पीछे क्या करेगा कुछ अब I said I got your back 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 I said I got your back back